the chair may postpone further proceedings on approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment. Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements or extraneous materials on today's business. To insert statements into the record, please have your staff email the previously circulated address or contact full committee staff. And as a reminder to members joining remotely, please keep your video function on at all times, even when not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. And consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. As members were notified yesterday, we intend to consider 11 measures and their amendments separately. Any roll call votes will be postponed until the end of the markup. The measures that will be considered are H.R. 7276, Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act, with the McCall Amendment and the nature of a substitute designated number 54. H.R. 7312, to prohibit participation of the Russian Federation in the G7. H.R. 923, Georgia Support Act, with a Connolly Amendment in the nature of a substitute designated number 95. H.R. 7311, Countering Malign Russian Activities in Africa Act. H.R. 6930, Asset Seizure for Ukraine Reconstruction Act. H.R. 7340, to provide for congressional oversight of certain sanctions imposed with respect to the Russian Federation. H.R. 7338, Russia Cryptocurrency Transparency Act. H.R. 7372, Protecting Semiconductor Supply Chains from Putin Act. H.R. 7314, Access Act. H.Res. 833, expressing support for Moldova's democracy, independence, and territorial integrity, and strengthening the United States and Moldova relations, with the Pfluger Amendment in the nature of a substitute designated number 103. And H.R. 3344, the Transatlantic Telecommunications Security Act, with a Meeks Amendment in the nature of a substitute. I first want to state that we convened today's markup in the midst of our worst fears realized: a full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces under the direction of one man, Vladimir Putin. No words could properly describe the horrifying, sickening images from these past 6 weeks. Thousands killed, millions displaced, schools destroyed, whole villages flattened, hospitals with children and others in them bombed. And this list goes on and on. It absolutely shocks the conscience. We cannot stand idly by as war crimes are being committed. The entire world is watching. And the United States Congress and the House Foreign Affairs Committee, we are ready to meet this moment. And that is what the purpose of today's markup is about. Today's measures send a strong message to our Ukrainian allies, loud and clear, that we stand united, Democrats and Republicans. I've worked very closely with Mr. McCall. We've traveled to the region collectively together, and we will do more. We will not be divided. We will vigorously support the Ukrainians' freedoms, that Russian aggression cannot be allowed to continue with impunity, and that the perpetrators of war crimes must be brought to justice. And so with that, I now recognize our ranking member, Mr. McCall of Texas, for for his remarks.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your working together with us, and that was a very impactful codel we took to Poland to the Ukraine border. I want to thank you for holding today's markup on legislation to help address the horrific situation unfolding in Ukraine. 41 days ago, Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked, full-scale assault on the innocent people of Ukraine, and since then we have seen the worst of humanity from Putin's barbaric invaders. Reports of thousands of residents in eastern Ukraine being forcibly deported to Russia and detained in camps, evoking images of prior wars. Pregnant women in Mariupol, covered in blood, being rushed from a recently bombed maternity hospital, holding her baby in her womb, only to die hours later. And over the weekend, the truly shocking images from Bucha, mass graves, summary executions of civilians, innocent Ukrainians laying dead in the street, many showing signs of torture. Amidst all this horror, we've also, though, seen the best of humanity in the actions of the Ukraine people. They've shown the world true courage, taking up arms in defense of their country, telling the world in one loud voice that democracy will not die on their watch. Ukrainian President Zelensky summed it up with his warning to the Russian troops that the people of Ukraine weren't going anywhere. Quote, "It will be our faces you see, not our backs," end of quote. And against all odds, the Ukrainians are winning. Who would have thought? We were told this would be over in 4 days. But 41 days later, the Russian military is stalled in most of the country. 41 days later, the Russian military does not maintain control over a single major Ukrainian city. 41 days later, President Zelensky remains in Kyiv. And 41 days of relentless attacks, the people of Ukraine remain absolutely resolved to fight on and to beat Putin. We cannot wait for the next atrocity to act decisively and help the people of Ukraine. I'm once again imploring for President Biden to work with our NATO allies and our partners to get more air and missile defense systems, including S-300s, into Ukraine as quickly as possible. We need to help the Ukrainians design their own no-fly zone. Time is of the essence. Again, I want to thank Chairman Meeks for leading the bipartisan codel. It moved all of us, both Republicans and Democrats. It hardened our resolve to do whatever we can to ensure Ukraine comes out of this war victorious. I also want to thank the chairman for joining me in co-sponsoring my Ukraine Invasion War Crimes Deterrence and Accountability Act. After Bucha, there can be no question that Vladimir Putin's regime is committing heinous war crimes, and it must be held accountable. I am disappointed we're not marking up the bill that includes any new sanctions, though, like my ANS for the Niet Act. The ruble is starting to rebound, and there are a course of calls for more sanctions from the international community and from President Zelensky himself, particularly after the horrific images that are coming out of Bucha. And we just heard the President Zelensky address the United Nations. So I think we need to keep the pressure on. We need to look at additional sanctions, as well. And we must make every state choose between doing business with the free world or with a war criminal. Russian energy is really the lifeblood of Putin, and he's using it to spill blood in the streets of Ukraine. I think we have bills that are not on this markup that would address this. I hope in a future markup we can see some of these bills marked up to cut off this vital source of income for Putin. And again, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your working with me in a bipartisan manner. That's what this committee is known for. And I'm looking forward to these bills getting to the floor and passing the House. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall, and I appreciate you working with me, and we work together as should be on this committee. It's a delight to work with you. So we'll start by considering H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act. Pursuant to notice for purposes of the markup, I now call up H.R. 7276, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7276, to direct the President to submit to Congress a report on United States government efforts to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence and information related to war crimes and
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the McCall Amendment, in the nature of a substitute number 54, previously circulated to members, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purposes of amendment. And at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. You know, I was proud to partner with Ranking Member McCall in the introduction of H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act. The Department of State has officially declared that Russian forces have committed war crimes in Ukraine, made vividly clear by the horrifying images emerging over this past weekend from Bucha. In the months and even years to come, investigations into war crimes will continue. But in the meantime, the United States must be prepared to help the free world in collecting, analyzing, and preserving evidence of war crimes and other atrocities. We must send a crystal clear message to Vladimir Putin and his commanders that the entire world is watching and that the international community will work to bring perpetrators of war crimes to justice, and that the House Foreign Affairs Committee will make sure that the United States of America is doing its part to assist in these critical efforts. So I wholeheartedly support this bill and encourage all of my colleagues to do so as well. I now recognize Ranking Member McCall of Texas.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working with me to introduce the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act. Today in Ukraine, we're not merely seeing the horrors of war, but we are seeing the evil of war crimes. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine was illegal and unprovoked. And what we've seen since then is not a Russian fighting force pursuing legitimate military objectives. Putin's troops have been committing barbaric war crimes against non-combatants in Ukraine, the kind of things we would expect from Nazi Germany or the butchers of ISIS, the bombing of a maternity hospital, corpses littering the streets of Bucha, hands tied behind their backs, bullets in their heads, some of them decapitated, mothers raped in front of their children, and young girls in front of their families, the bodies of families half buried together in shallow graves, the pillage of Ukrainian homes, stealing the possessions of defenseless families, the bombardment of apartments and public buildings providing refuge to children and the elderly, including a theater in Mariupol that had the word children written outside in Russian script large enough for satellites to see. Large enough for satellites to see. And yet they chose to bomb it. This should not be happening. This is my dad's war in another century. This should not be happening today. These are war crimes. They violate basic standards of human decency. They violate international law captured in the Geneva and Hague Conventions and incorporated in the United States Code. Sadly, these are not the first war crimes committed by Putin's troops, as the people of Chechnya, Georgia, and Syria can attest. We cannot wait for the next atrocity before we act, and we need to ratchet up more pressure. But we must do what we can to deter Russian leaders, commanders, and troops in the field from additional crimes. And that's what this bill does. It will ensure that the United States is undertaking a coordinated effort to gather, analyze, and maintain evidence of war crimes. It will also ensure that we are making Russian troops and their leaders aware that the world is taking names of war criminals and plans to seek justice. No country can remain neutral in the face of evil. And adopting this bill today is a first step forward towards the justice deserved by the brave people of Ukraine. The world is watching. History will judge us by how we act today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes to speak on the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and the Ranking Member McCall for holding this markup that includes an array of measures authored with the intention of countering Russia's malign influence in Ukraine and around the world. Today, this committee can demonstrate its steadfast commitment to holding Russia to account for its unprovoked invasion of the sovereign and peaceful nation of Ukraine, and to redoubling our efforts to forge greater diplomatic and economic ties to counter Russia's influence in multiple regions around the globe. Since February 24th and the start of Vladimir Putin's grotesque war in Ukraine, this committee has snapped into action, advancing the cause of peace and freedom for the people of Ukraine and consequences for Vladimir Putin and the architects of this unjust and illegal war. Let this markup serve as a warning to the thuggish Putin regime. We will do all we can to hold you and your enablers responsible for your crimes. The images that have emerged from areas like Bucha and Irpin in recent days have stirred the conscience and shaken the soul of decent people the world over. Men, women, and children with their hands tied behind their backs and shot to death. Elder Ukrainians who were executed while they searched for food. Civilians confined to frigid hiding places, dead from thirst. The partially burned bodies of women and girls who were victims of depraved acts of sexual violence. In pursuit of his demented plan for the rebirth of a Russian empire, Vladimir Putin is presiding over a military that is losing on the battlefield and is instead hoping to achieve its goals by unleashing horrors on civilians reminiscent of the darkest days of World War II or the breakup of Yugoslavia. We must ensure that Putin and his regime fails in that aim. To that end, I have been working on a bicameral piece of legislation with Senator Dick Durbin, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, that would allow the United States to hold perpetrators who commit war crimes or crimes against humanity accountable in U.S. courts. This will ensure that the United States does not become a safe haven for criminals who commit atrocious human rights violations to live free of accountability, and will build upon the legislation before us now. We must also commit to doing all we can to welcome and care for Ukrainians fleeing the crimes of the Putin regime. I'm proud to work with colleagues like Representative Wild on efforts to relocate Ukrainian children to the United States so that we may live up to the ideals of our nation. I congratulate and thank my colleagues on this committee for the tireless work they are doing to comprehensively address Russia's invasion and the political aims of the Putin regime. Let us continue this vital work in the spirit of peace and solidarity with the people of Ukraine. In that spirit, I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.Res. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act. And once again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the Ranking Member, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, who is the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Greg Meeks and Ranking Member Mike McCall, thank you for holding this very important bipartisan markup today to address Putin's murderous invasion of the democratic neighbor of Ukraine. So sad today, it's so gruesomely fitting to be pressed in the war on the Crimea bill, which is authored by Congressman Mike McCall, and that is H.R. 7276. For over a month, the people of Ukraine have heroically fought to save their families and their homeland under mass murder unthinkable in the 21st century. I appreciate the measures before us today, but in addition, we need to address the issues of energy independence, additional sanctions, and importantly, the expediting now of defense measures for Ukrainians depends on our help. I have had the honor of meeting with members of the Ukrainian parliament who are pleading for the free world to simply provide the most adequate arms that are helping to bravely lead the fight. I'm grateful to have introduced the bicameral, bipartisan Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022. This bill waives onerous requirements relative to the President's authority to lend or lease defense articles if they're intended for Ukraine's government to protect lives against the invasion by Russia. Additionally, it cuts red tape for requiring expedited procedures to ensure timely delivery. It is truly fitting that just as the U.S. Lend-Lease was successful during World War II to have an armed Leningrad to stop the Nazis, saving Putin family itself from death, that today we would have a U.S. Lend-Lease that would arm Kyiv to stop Putin. I hope the committee will consider the bipartisan legislation in the next markup. I was also grateful to co-lead 6930, the Asset Seizure for Ukraine Reconstruction Act, which authorizes the president to not only freeze assets of Putin connected with oligarchs, but to liquidate those assets with the funds specifically going to the reconstruction and humanitarian efforts in Ukraine. Our European partners are already weighing similar mechanisms, and there should be no delay in the United States' response to the heinous mass murder conducted by Putin and his co-conspirators. We know that these assets are a direct result of state-created wealth and connected directly to Putin's corrupt regime. Additionally, I support H.R. 923, the Georgia support, and House Resolution 833, expressing support for Moldova's democracy, independence, and territorial integrity, and strengthening the United States and Moldova relations. It is so critical that the United States support the independence of Georgia and Moldova living under illegal occupation by Putin's forces. It is crucial for the worldwide support that the President has correctly identified as a long-term war between democracy of the rule of law and autocracy by rule of gun. Democrats and Republicans are working together to help the Ukrainian victory, as Georgia and Moldova, sadly, are the next victims. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Susan Weil of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion War Crimes Deterrence and Accountability Act. I rise in support of this bill not just as the representative for Pennsylvania's 7th District, but also as the representative of one of the largest Ukrainian American communities in our entire country. Following the horrific evidence of crimes against humanity in Bucha, and after weeks and weeks of carnage and devastation in every corner of their country, my constituents want justice. They want to know that their government is marshaling the full range of its resources to seek justice. This bill would require the administration to provide Congress with a report describing the process by which our government will collect, analyze, and preserve evidence of war crimes and other atrocities in Ukraine. The bill would also affirm in front of the entire world and for posterity that Russian forces have committed war crimes in Ukraine at Vladimir Putin's direction. Now is the time for accountability. I urge my colleagues to join me in demanding it by passing H.R. 7276 by a resounding margin. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7276, and I'm very grateful that the bill is being marked up today. It's a timely bill. It needs to be on the floor immediately to hold Putin accountable for his crimes against humanity and his genocide. I would just note for the record that a full month ago, I introduced H.Res. 966, joined by Marcy Kaptur, Steve Chabot, and my good friend, Mr. Wilson, which called for a very similar accountability for Russia's war crimes and aggression. And the next day, on the 8th of March, I chaired a very important hearing as co-chairman of the Tom Lantos Commission. And one of our chief witnesses was David Crane, the special prosecutor for the court for Sierra Leone, the special court. And that court was responsible for sending Charles Taylor to The Hague and to prison for 50 years for his crimes against humanity. And he wasn't the only one, of course. But David testified and underscored the importance of not just collecting evidence right now, which needs to be done, but we have enough evidence to indict Vladimir Putin immediately. That, I believe, is absolutely warranted. It would send a chilling effect of some magnitude to those around Putin, including Lukashenko and others who are collaborating with these crimes against humanity, that they too will be held accountable. I would note parenthetically, Mr. Chairman, going back to the war in the former Yugoslavia by Serbia, I met with Milosevic several times in Belgrade, and obviously went to Croatia and Bosnia several times. That war crimes tribunal was successful, but it was so slow in getting put together, indicting. Milosevic was finally indicted. He was at The Hague and being prosecuted when he finally died, but his horrific crimes were long past and had no chilling effect on that. It was accountability. It was a sense of some justice for those who were victimized. Ditto for the court for Rwanda, and the same for the court for Sierra Leone. All done during, but after the fact, after peace, a relative peace had broken out. It's important that Putin be indicted right now. I do believe it would make him even more of the pariah than he is today. And again, those generals and those people, including Lavrov and others, I think will think twice about their further participation in this genocide against the Ukrainian people. So, and let me also say that David Crane also had a number of recommendations. You know, there are a lot of venues where this criminal court or criminal proceeding could take place. One of them, we could have specialized courts like we had for Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and for the former Yugoslavia. But frankly, the veto power in the Security Council of Russia and China would likely be exercised. For sure, it would be done so by Russia. But the General Assembly can pass a resolution and configure a tribunal. They can focus on the act of aggression, and they can do it tomorrow. There's no reason for delay. I mean, when Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, was there any doubt in 1939 that he was responsible? Ditto, again, the same for Putin. He ordered those troops in, a great deal of collaboration and coordination with people high up in his government, but it's one of those things where indict him today, and I do think it'll have an effect. It'll help the peace process, just like having a credible military capacity and capability helps the peace process. If only we had provided to Zelensky the kind of capabilities that he had asked for a year before the actual hostilities ensued. I asked Wendy Sherman right here, you might recall, Mr. Chairman, what did Zelensky ask for that he did not get as those troops were amassing on the border, including on the border of Belarus? We knew they were going to go in, at least we had a great deal of expectation of that. He asked for a great deal of military hardware that he did not get. We still don't know what he didn't get. But again, back to this issue, which I think is extremely important, indict Putin and indict him now, and I yield back, and I thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Andy Levin of Michigan, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So moved.
You know, I want to thank you and Ranking Member McCall for your leadership on this, and I rise in strong support of this bipartisan resolution. This weekend, the world witnessed the horrors of Russia's assault on Ukraine. As the representative of one of the most vibrant Ukrainian American communities in this country, I've long supported a strong U.S.-Ukraine relationship and a partnership and support for our Ukrainian Americans. And it's absolutely critical that we provide Ukraine with the support it needs to defend itself and to defend its territorial integrity. As part of this, we must focus our efforts on preventing, deterring, and providing accountability for the war crimes that have been committed and that are still being committed by Putin and Russian forces. We've seen with our own eyes the unspeakable horrors committed in Bucha, including the dumping of bodies in mass graves and children and other civilians lying in the streets. And I'm afraid to say, or I'm sorry to say, that we've seen images of other nearby suburbs north of Kyiv as well. And in Mariupol, Russian forces targeted a maternity hospital, and civilians have been trapped for days and weeks without access to the most basic needs. The ICRC has once again reported that it's been denied access to evacuate civilians, as is required under international law. In addition, the State Department, having determined on March 23rd that Putin has committed war crimes in Ukraine, independent international non-governmental organizations have come to the same conclusion. Human Rights Watch has documented several law of war violations between February 27th and March 14th in Chernihiv, in Kharkiv, and Kyiv, including, and I'm quoting their report, a case of repeated rape, 2 cases of summary execution, 1 of 6 men, the other of 1 man, and other cases of unlawful violence and threats against civilians. Mr. Chairman, it's critical that when wars happen, we document the crimes that are committed by aggressors and hold them accountable, by all parties, really. War is not a free-for-all. There are international laws and rules that countries have agreed to, and they are being violated by not just Vladimir Putin, who must be held accountable, but by people down the chain of command, by unit commanders in the field, and we have to document these precisely, not only to hold them accountable, but because those units are moving elsewhere, and we have to prevent it from happening where they're going. My heart is just broken over and over for the people of Ukraine and all those who are currently suffering the loss of loved ones and the terror that's being rained down upon them. We can't necessarily prevent all of these losses right now, but what we can do in the face of these atrocities is to demand justice and to outline and fund mechanisms that seek to deliver accountability and attempt to deter future abuses. I support the requirement of this resolution to ensure that we're receiving timely reporting from the executive branch on war crimes and other atrocities. We've got to play our role and hold up our role as the Article 1 branch. And by providing this documentation, we're not just holding Putin accountable, but setting the stage to put all those who commit these crimes on trial, no matter their stature in Russia's chain of command. I also support President Biden's call for collecting the evidence that we need for war crimes trials for Vladimir Putin himself. My hope is that this legislation sets the stage for real accountability and that Russian forces take heed of our calls for justice from the U.S. Congress. Thanks, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Steve Chabot of Ohio, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A month ago, the world watched in horror as Vladimir Putin began, or rather escalated, when you consider his actions in Crimea and his actions in the Donbas, his unwarranted and unprovoked war against Ukraine. Putin's war of choice shattered the peace in Europe and demonstrated just what a brute he truly is and how brave and resilient the people of Ukraine are. We've talked a lot about incidences of democratic backsliding in this committee in various countries, of course, but we're seeing in Ukraine a democratic resurgence, and that has been truly inspiring. The people of Ukraine have been so brave and so valiant, and it's really been, I think, very inspiring to the whole world. So I'm glad that we're able to consider several bipartisan measures today to address various aspects of this crisis and hold Russia accountable for this truly senseless war. Among these measures is the ranking member's, Mr. McCall's Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act, and I want to voice my support for this legislation in particular. Vladimir Putin's troops, on his orders, are committing war crimes against the Ukrainian people, from the shelling of hospitals, civilians being murdered and their bodies found in the street, mass graves in Busha. The world has been repeatedly shocked over the last month by Putin's brutality. We must ensure accountability for these atrocities, and this legislation will support that effort. In addition to this specific legislation, I'd also like to note 3 general points on this matter. First, and I think this needs to be said, the Biden administration totally failed to deter Putin from attacking Ukraine in the first place. Weapons to Ukraine didn't start in earnest until the invasion was imminent, and sanctions didn't begin until after the Russians had crossed the border, and that was against the urging of many colleagues in the House, both Democrats and Republicans, and in the Senate. We urged deterrent efforts ahead of time, not after all this had already started. While Putin was escalating this crisis, the administration has repeatedly more or less bought the argument that doing more might be escalatory. A perfect example was the MiGs, which the Ukrainians still haven't gotten. That's absolutely outrageous that they still don't have them, and we're supposed to be determining what they need. They're the people fighting and dying on the ground, and they ought to determine what they need, and we ought to supply that to them. Second, unfortunately, there are a number of topics that we're not going to consider in this markup. For instance, we have yet to pass a major Russian sanctions package through this committee. Today would have been a perfect, if overdue, opportunity to do so. Also, we're not talking about gas prices and what should be already have been done to offset those, nor are we considering a new Iran deal, which may seem unrelated, but which Russia aims to use to circumvent the sanctions to a considerable degree. And they're in the middle of that, which is absurd for this administration to allow that to be actually happening right now. And then we need to make sure that we and our allies do not attempt to pressure Ukraine to enter into a bad settlement that gives Russia much, or really any, of what they were seeking in the first place. Since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, Jerry Connolly and I have been working to ensure that the United States seeks a Ukraine that is whole, free, and at peace. And now when the Russians are on the back foot, when they've truly been bloodied by the bravery of the Ukrainian people, I want to make sure that we and the West don't put undue pressure on Ukraine to enter into a deal, any deal, just to make this fighting stop. At this point, yes, we want the war to end, but Putin should not benefit from his criminal action here, and we should absolutely not put any pressure on the Ukrainians to enter into a deal which, in essence, they may be able to, with our help, push the Russians out of Ukraine, including the Donbas and Crimea. So anyway, thank you very much for holding this markup, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Ted Deutsch of Florida, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for this important markup. It's been over 40 days since Putin's unjust, unwarranted, and illegal invasion of Ukraine. And what Putin thought would be a swift victory has turned into a protracted conflict as the Ukrainian people have met Russia's incursion with fortitude, with perseverance, and with the sheer power of will. The courage is inspirational. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian people have faced incredible hardship since the Russian invasion. Over 4.2 million civilians have fled Ukraine. Approximately 6.5 million more are displaced within the country. City centers have been destroyed, apartment buildings bombed, theaters bombed. Ukrainians face severe shortages of food, clean water, medical supplies, and humanitarian corridors have been repeatedly targeted. Recent discoveries of war crimes in Bucha, described in some detail by my colleagues this morning, are horrific, and we must demand accountability for these atrocities. That's why I rise today in support of H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act. This legislation expresses the sense of Congress, the outrage that under Putin's direction, Russian forces have committed war crimes, and further requires the President to provide Congress with a report describing the process the U.S. government will undertake to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence of war crimes and other atrocities. Because, Mr. Chairman, there must be accountability. I'm proud to support this critical piece of legislation along with all 11 measures before us today. And while I will only mention a few in my remarks, all of the measures we are considering focus on standing with the people of Ukraine, supporting our allies and partners, and strengthening democratic norms and institutions. I cannot imagine a better use of this committee's time, and I commend the chairman and ranking member for this opportunity. Since the invasion began, the United States and our European partners have levied historic consequences on Russia, acting with one unified voice as we have imposed sanctions on Russian leadership, oligarchs, and businesses, isolated them from the international community. To further these goals, I'm pleased to support legislation before us today offered by Mr. Keating to prohibit participation of the Russian Federation in the G7, and by Mr. Muser to provide for congressional oversight of sanctions imposed with respect to the Russian Federation, and by Mr. Malinowski to confiscate property from previously sanctioned Russian oligarchs to be used to support the Ukrainian people. We also must remember the unequivocal support given to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people by its neighbors, by the EU and our NATO allies. Our unwavering unity and coordination shocked Putin and maintains pressure on him and his cronies to stop this illegal war. It's why I support Mr. Connolly's Georgia Support Act and Mr. Price's resolution expressing support for Moldova's democracy, independence, and territorial integrity. And even as we are talking this morning about the horrific Russian atrocities and attacks on Ukraine and violations of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, I want to take a moment and acknowledge that right now there are American citizens being wrongfully detained in Russia, American nationals. Trevor Reed is still in Russia. Paul Whelan is still in Russia. Brittany Griner is still in Russia. They should have been released long ago. And even now, that U.S.-Russian relations are at the lowest point in decades, we must continue to do everything we can to bring them home. Unfortunately, this practice is not limited to Russia. Americans are being wrongfully detained for political gain across the world, including in Iran. And as we reportedly get closer to re-entering the Iran nuclear deal, I want to be clear that the release of American hostages in Iran must be the first order of business. Siamak and Bakr Namazi, Morad Tabaz, and Ahmad Sharji need to come home before Iran receives any benefit of any kind from anyone in the world in any international agreement. I was proud that the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage-Taking Accountability Act became law. It provides a whole-of-government approach to safely recovering American hostages, but it also gives the president the power to impose sanctions on countries like Russia and Iran and Syria and Venezuela that engage in hostage-taking for political gain. I urge the president to make full use of this authority, and I hope that we will have an opportunity on this committee to hold a hearing on this important matter. No country should be able to arbitrarily detain American citizens for their own political gain, and it is about time that in this country, every American views every American who is held hostage as one of their family members, one of their neighbors. I hope this markup demonstrates, Mr. Chairman, that Democrats and Republicans on this committee and in the U.S. Congress will always stand with the people of Ukraine, support our allies and partners, strengthen democracy at home and abroad, and stand with Americans held anywhere in the world. I urge members to support H.R. 7276 and all the legislation considered in today's markup, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, the Chairman, and the Ranking Member for the markup in this bill in particular, and I agree with the sentiments of the bill and have written and spoken publicly about that early on, but I am concerned that I might not have an opportunity to offer a couple amendments, so I'm going to take this opportunity now to speak about them. Anybody who has witnessed the brutality of the Russian regime, particularly in light of their decision to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, would want the perpetrators of these crimes punished. I know that everyone on this committee agrees with that assessment. The international community can and should do everything possible to prosecute these horrible crimes. I don't dispute that. But it makes the point that we shouldn't be forced to elevate one human rights concern with respect to Ukraine at the expense of the security of our greatest ally, the State of Israel. We should work to prosecute fully any and all crimes committed by Russian forces while protecting Israel against illegitimate and incessant attacks from ICC prosecutors who hate the concept of a State of Israel and simply want to see it disappear. Last year, the ICC's former head prosecutor, an individual that was designated for sanctions under the Trump administration for her rampant anti-Semitism, declared an investigation into so-called Israeli war crimes. Even the Biden administration argued that the ICC was going too far, stating the following: The ICC has no jurisdiction over this matter. Israel is not a party to the ICC, and it has not consented to this court's jurisdiction. Let's get right to the bottom of the issue, folks. The ICC is only trying as hard as it can to go after Israel, not because it actually believes Israel has committed war crimes, but because the institution has been largely unsuccessful in pursuing its mandate. The ICC, if the ICC had their way, they would be bringing George W. Bush before their prosecutor in order to condemn him for war crimes. American service members would also be subject to the whims of this court if it was able to adjudicate the fate of our people. The ICC are not our friends, to say the least. This legislation, even though it only establishes a mechanism for sharing evidence with the appropriate international courts and tribunals, runs the risk of encouraging collaborating with the ICC, which could lead to prosecutions of Americans and of Israel. If that happens, what hypocrites would we be in not allowing ourselves to be subject to their pernicious jurisdiction? We all want justice for those murdered by the unapologetic and evil Putin regime, and we want the opportunity to prosecute Putin. Let's work to get that done. But the ICC is not the indispensable institution in this regard. We are not a party to it for a reason. Also, in another amendment, let's be clear about one thing in particular. Vladimir Putin will never be tried in the ICC. That's as clear as day, and I've written about that. The only way Vladimir Putin ends up behind bars is if he's tried in Russia or in the United States. Everyone here knows that. And so it's important to lay out at the outset that collaborating with the ICC will not bring him to justice and will not likely alter, at least by itself anyways, the Russian regime. Russia can be tried in U.S. court. Putin can be tried in a U.S. court or a foreign court of another country. Perhaps we could establish a temporary international military tribunal that specifically tries Russian soldiers for war crimes committed in Ukraine. That's what we did in the Nuremberg trials. It's also worth pointing out that while the ICC is currently investigating Putin for war crimes, it can't pursue charges of aggression without consent of the UN Security Council, of which Russia is a member. Think about that. I won't belabor the point here, but it's clearly possible with only a modicum of ingenuity required to hold Russia accountable while precluding the ICC's involvement. And finally, I have an amendment that would require the designation of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism for its coordination and cooperation with the Russian imperial movement, the Taliban, Hezbollah, the Iranic Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Quds Force, which, according to news outlets last week, were reporting that hundreds of Hezbollah fighters are going to fight along Russian soldiers in Ukraine. This should be a no-brainer. In the legislation that members of this committee have introduced to include H.R. 6367, the Guard Act, members have called for the Secretary of State to make such a determination. I mean, why would we want to make the determination or have them make the determination if we wouldn't want to act on it? And why would we only want them to make it then, but we don't want to discuss it today? Now's the time. It's clear that Russia has more than earned the designation. And so with that, I support the underlying legislation, but think that it needs a little cleaning up, and that's why I've offered these amendments. And, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time and respect you and yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak out in proud support of Ranking Member McCall's bill, bipartisan bill, H.R. 7276, to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for the devastating and all but certain war crimes that we have seen unfold in Ukraine, and I'm certain we have more to see. In just the last couple of days, we've seen reports of Ukrainian civilians found with their hands tied behind their backs before being executed by Russian soldiers. We know of mass graves found in Bucha following the town's liberation from Russians that may contain hundreds of bodies. War will always be brutal, but what we are seeing in Ukraine, from the targeting of maternity wards and theaters to summary execution of civilians, is without a doubt a violation of the laws of armed conflict, and the man responsible, Vladimir Putin, must not be allowed to get away with it. In the past, the United States has not always taken the lead in preventing atrocities or in holding war criminals accountable. But I am hopeful that with the passage of this legislation, that will signal a new era in American leadership, in which we prioritize international humanitarian law in the dark times when diplomacy fails and conflict flares. I'm a very proud co-sponsor of this legislation. My heart is absolutely broken for the people of Ukraine as they fight for their freedoms, for their lives, and for their tender democracy. I look forward very much to the passage of this, both here in this committee today and also on the floor of the House this week. I also, with the remaining amount of time that I have, Mr. Chairman, would like to speak in support of my friend Mr. Malinowski's legislation, H.R. 6930, Asset Seizure for Ukraine Construction Act. Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine has caused billions of dollars in damage, from water supply lines to railroads to airports. Once Russian forces have, and they will be, fully repelled from Ukrainian territory, the Ukrainian people have a very long road of rebuilding ahead of them. Not to mention the millions of displaced Ukrainians, both inside and outside of Ukraine, some of whom are currently in very desperate need of humanitarian aid after enduring weeks of bombardment and very little to no access to food or water. I've been supportive of all of the sanctions and the sanction efforts towards Russia and Putin, provided that they are tailored to limit the impact on Russian civilians as much as possible. However, it is clear from the continuous fighting and from suffering that there are still other avenues that we can pursue to change the trajectory of this conflict, and that includes hitting Putin's cronies exactly where it hurts them most, which is in their wallets. By authorizing President Biden to not only seize multi-million-dollar assets from Russian oligarchs, but to then also direct those proceeds from the sales to such assets that would help the Ukrainian people rebuild their lives, this bill sends the very right message of putting people over power. I'm a very proud co-sponsor of this legislation. I look forward very much to supporting it in its passage, both here in this committee today and on the floor of the House this week. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield the balance of my time back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Young Kim of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall. I want to thank you for holding this markup session to talk about very important measures that are before us today. And I want to start by saying that my heart is with the people of Ukraine as they fight for freedom and the right to live against Vladimir Putin's regime. As Ukrainian troops push forward, we're seeing further evidence of war crimes committed against unarmed Ukrainians, men, women, children. And we see documented cases of bodies with bullet holes and their hands tied behind their backs. And we see accounts of rape and looting in broad daylight. These are simply heartbreaking stories to see and hear. These are unacceptable behavior for a member of the UN Security Council in a modern nation, even by authoritarian regime standards. I support initiatives brought before this committee today to investigate and prosecute Putin and his regime for their war crimes, including Ranking Member McCall's Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes Deterrence and Accountability Act, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. We must also remember to hold other nations accountable for their unqualified support of Russia's invasion, most notably the People's Republic of China. The United States, our NATO allies, and many countries around the world have condemned Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine and taken steps to support Ukraine and economically punish and isolate Russia. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi continues to say that Russia is China's most important strategic partner. We know that as Russia continues to invade Ukraine, China is eyeing Taiwan. We have to show dictators that they cannot invade a free country, our ally, unprovoked without severe consequences. I support Congressman Barr's Access Act, which I'm also proud to co-sponsor. This bill would investigate and report to Congress if and how the Chinese government and affiliated entities are helping Russia evade U.S. sanctions after Putin's Ukraine invasion and urge for its unanimous passage today. Finally, I want to make a note about the role of the United States in combating disinformation. The United States stands as a shining example of what can be done when we pair freedom of information with support for fact-based reporting and transparency standards. Those regimes like Russia and China engaging in targeted disinformation on Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and their war crimes there are doing so to undermine democratic rule and acknowledgement of basic facts. They have no place in our modern discourse, and the United States should be active in providing transparent and accurate information to counter these harmful narratives. These measures here today address those issues, and I urge my colleagues to vote for their passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now I would like to move on to amendments. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition? Not hearing from the gentlelady from Nevada. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk. I'm going to say 554 if you want to pick one.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Yes, 554. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to get to speak on the amendment. Anybody, again, who has witnessed the brutality of the Russian regime, particularly in light of their decision to
Mr.
launch this
Chairman.
full-scale invasion of Ukraine, would want.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry, sir. We did not distribute the amendment, nor did I report it.
You're right. It's my error. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Okay, has everyone received a copy of the amendment? Now the clerk please report the amendment.
Perry Amendment Number 554 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you can see by the amendment itself, fully, looks like about 4 lines here. It's just the sense of Congress, just the sense that assisting the International Criminal Court under this act may, not will, but may run the risk of legitimizing the actions of the ICC, including their anti-Semitic, look, it's not my opinion, it's just reality, anti-Semitic attacks against the State of Israel and the potential attacks against the United States of America for defending our interest around the world. Everyone agrees with the assessment that Russia needs to be punished, particularly Vladimir Putin. I have said so on numerous occasions publicly, have written so, and agree with that. But we have to do our job here and not be caught in the moment of the emotions that are engulfing us and people around the world to make sure we do it right. The amendment being offered today doesn't dispute the points being made regarding Russia, regarding Putin, but we have to have concerns and deal with the concerns about the ICC and the reason that we're not in the ICC. There's a reason that we're not in it, because we, the United States of America, don't want our allies prosecuted for defending themselves, and we don't want our leaders and our service members prosecuted for defending themselves. But that's exactly what we're agreeing to when we agree to this. And so this amendment would just ensure that we recognize just ensures we recognize. It doesn't say we have to do anything about it. It ensures we recognize the perilous position that we're putting ourselves in while we're trying to defend the free world and the people of Ukraine and bring to justice someone who is definitely, easily, obviously, apparently guilty of crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the very worst of humanity in the 21st century. And with that, I would urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I wish to be heard on my point of order.
So,
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not germane to the underlying bill. This is a piece of legislation which relates to the the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the war crimes. This amendment introduces a separate subject matter of the ICC and an additional country into the legislation. And while I might share Mr. Perry's sentiments about the ICC, it's just not germane to the issue, and I therefore press my point of order.
Chair is prepared to rule. This amendment is not germane, and it introduces a new subject and new country, Israel, that is not in the underlying legislation. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, I considered challenging the rule of the chair, and I'm weighing that as I speak to you right now. And while the underlying bill does not mention the ICC in particular, as I understand it, and as I've looked through it, I don't know who else we're talking about, right? I don't know who else we're talking about in this international community that's somehow going to bring Vladimir Putin from the sovereign country of Russia. I don't know who's going to go get him, what police force is going to go grab him and arrest him and detain him and try him. I don't know who's going to do that, but if anybody's going to do it, and anybody's referenced obliquely in this legislation, it's the ICC, which we're not a party to for good reason, As I said before, Mr. Chairman, you know I respect you. I think you are fair to this committee, fair to me. But I think it's important that the American people know what we're getting ourselves into with this legislation. I'm not opposed to the legislation, but I think it's important that we clarify the peril, the potential peril that we're putting ourselves into, not only as a country ourselves, but with our allies, Israel, who is prevailed upon on a regular basis by the ICC simply because they exist. With that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And we will, as we have continually, to make sure that you give your word out. And I understand, there are some that we may rule germane as accordingly. So I now recognize Mr. Perry.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Which number?
555.
Amendment number 555. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Has everyone received the copy of the amendment? Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry Amendment number 555 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 72.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important that we collaborate with our allies and like-minded partners to ensure that Russia and Vladimir Putin are held accountable for their crimes. But as I've mentioned before, this does not come at the expense, does not need to come at the expense of throwing U.S. service members completely under the bus, nor does it need to come at the expense of harming our nation's greatest ally. Let's be clear about one thing in particular. Like I said, Vladimir Putin will never be tried in the ICC. It's just obvious. There's no way for that to happen. The only way that Mr. Putin ends up behind bars is if he's tried in Russia by the Russian people, as he should be, or in the United States, which is always a possibility. Cooperation with the ICC in legitimizing their work may, again I say may, lead to some prosecutions of Russian soldiers directly involved in war crimes against the Ukrainians, and they should if that's a possibility. That would obviously be a good thing. However, I do not believe the ICC has to be the only institution or foreign court where the U.S. could prosecute these individuals and bring them to justice. They can be tried, as I've said before, in a U.S. court or a foreign court of another country, or perhaps by establishing a temporary military international tribunal, as has been done in the past, particularly in Nuremberg. Ukraine's own minister of Foreign Affairs is pursuing the creation of a new international tribunal for this purpose. So are individuals like former British Prime Ministers John Major and Gordon Brown. We should consider such efforts and see if they align with our national interests. Like I said, it's worth pointing out the ICC is currently investigating Putin for war crimes, but it can't pursue charges of aggression without consent of the UN Security Council, of which Russia is a member. Think about the absurdity of that. The absurdity of that. The point here is it's possible, with the modicum of ingenuity required, to hold Russia accountable while precluding the ICC's involvement. I mean, if you look at the amendment, again, if the bill doesn't mention the ICC in particular, all we're asking for is that the United States is a member of any such international court or tribunal. That's all this amendment does. We're just saying we should be a part of it if we're going to impose it. Well, we're not part of the ICC, and there's a reason for that. That's all this amendment does. So let's go after Vladimir Putin as we should. Let's go after war crimes, crimes against humanity as we should. But let's make sure we don't imperil the United States of America or our allies in our quest for justice, rightful justice, against perpetrators of horrific deeds and acts. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. And on this one, I'm just going to strictly just oppose the gentleman's amendment. The United States should work within the international community on any and all reasonable fronts to help preserve evidence and support international bodies as they build a case against Russia for their war crimes and atrocities. These heinous acts must not be allowed to go on with impunity, and the perpetrators must be brought to justice. We must get the evidence. We must make sure that he does not get away with his heinous acts. I yield back the balance of my time and yield to the ranking member, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say first to Mr. Perry, I agree with the spirit and intent of this amendment. Unlike the Senate bill on this matter, we do not have, the ICC is not in this bill for a reason, because I oppose it, for the reasons you stated, and their track record of anti-Semitism and their track record with Israel. But that's not what this bill, bill's not about a venue for prosecution. It's about gathering evidence of war crimes and making sure Russian troops know the world is watching and taking names. It's about tracking those who are murdering women and children in the streets, torturing and beheading innocent civilians. This venue is a separate issue, which is why I support Chris Smith's bill for an ad hoc venue that would include the United States. On Sunday, President Zelensky announced an effort to stand up a new justice mechanism in Ukraine that would have both international and domestic aspects. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, and we shouldn't do anything that may preclude our support of the Ukrainian people. After all, it's Ukraine that's a victim here. They are the victim. And I don't want to do anything that would preclude the United States from sharing the information gathered on these war crimes if, for instance, he decided to set up his own tribunal. And these are all hypotheticals. But again, that's not what this bill is about. It's not about the ICC, which I oppose. It's not about the prosecution venue. It's simply about gathering evidence for investigation for war crimes. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further requests? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment number 55, amendment designated number 55. And we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk. I think it's designated 571.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Pursuant to notice, the clerk shall now distribute the amendment. Has everybody received a copy of the amendment? Clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry Amendment number 571 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 72.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it weren't for the fact that Russia was, up until February 24th, the world's 11th largest economy, we wouldn't even be entertaining this discussion today. However, it is clear, given Russia's horrific human rights abuses against the Ukrainian people, as well as their support of terrorist groups, they belong on one of the most notorious U.S. sanctions lists, the state sponsor of terrorism list. The amendment is simple. It would require the designation of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism for its coordination and cooperation with the Russian imperial movement, the Taliban, Hezbollah, the IRGC, the Quds Force, and in keeping with the reports that hundreds of Hezbollah fighters going to fight alongside the Russian soldiers in Ukraine right now. This amendment would provide a ban on arms-related exports and sales, place controls over exports of dual-use items, prohibit economic assistance, require the U.S. to oppose loans by the World Bank and other international financial institution, allows family of terrorist victims to sue in U.S. courts, denies duty-free treatment of goods being sent to the U.S., prohibits a U.S. person from engaging in a financial transaction with a terrorism-listed government without a license from Treasury, and prohibits DoD contracts above $100,000 with companies controlled by terrorist states. Seems obvious. It should be a no-brainer, and this legislation that members of this committee, once again, as I said before, have introduced to include H.R. 6367, the GUARD Act, whereby members have called for the Secretary of State to make such a determination. So we want the Secretary of State to make the determination because I guess we're afraid to do it ourselves. It's clear to me that Russia has more than earned this designation. To hold Russia accountable, and that's what we're talking about here today, and place them in the same category as the world's biggest pariah states, I urge adoption of this amendment, Mr. Chairman. And while we're talking about holding them accountable, while we're seizing the assets of people that have stolen from the Russian people, the fact that we, I suspect, aren't even going to entertain this amendment, it's disappointing to me. I'm not sure when it's going to be appropriate. I don't know how many more Ukrainians need to die. But this is what Russia's doing, and they're not doing it just in Ukraine. They meddle with America's interest all over the world in the most egregious of ways. If we're not willing to do it here, why do we want the Secretary of State to do it? We're the legislature. We should have the conversation. We should make the designation. We should have the discussion and make the arguments. Not count on somebody else to do our work because it's difficult. I'm clearly out front on this, and I've called for this in the past, and there's other countries that are worthy of the designation as well. If somebody's going to say, well, this isn't germane to the bill at hand. We're talking about punishing a country and a leader for crimes against humanity, for war crimes, for terroristic acts. But we're not willing to call that country or that leader out for the very same thing. It seems counterintuitive to me, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes I don't understand the ways of this institution, but I know what I stand for. I know what I stand for, and I want everybody to know what we should stand for. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance and urge adoption.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I wish to be heard on my point of order. Mr. Chairman, again, I appreciate my colleagues' words, and I think everyone on this committee shares that we have all publicly and throughout this hearing condemned the horrific conduct of the Russian military and made clear that we think these constitute war crimes. So I don't think there's any question about that. I think, once again, the issue of a designation by Congress of a country as a state sponsor of terror is a worthy point of discussion, but just not appropriate in this bill. It's not germane to the bill before us. I think we would all support it at the appropriate time, but there's a reason that we don't add things to bills of a new subject, and our rules don't permit it, so I insist on my point of order.
Chair is prepared to rule. I agree with Mr. Cicilline. I understand the gentleman. I agree with the gentleman in that we cannot allow the violent acts and aggression of Vladimir Putin, the individuals that he has committed crimes against. I concur with you. I think that we are united, as I said earlier in my opening remarks, in just that. But I agree with Mr. Cicilline in that the amendment is not germane because it mentions export control reform acts, the Foreign Assistance Act, and other legislation. And this bill is not about terrorism, so therefore it is not germane.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, and before I call up that amendment, I want to make a special recognition in the room. There are two distinguished members, citizens of Ukraine, who are visiting here in the United States. Mr. McCall and those of us who had the honor of going to Poland to find out what was happening on the ground and saw the horrors of the refugees crossing the border, but having an opportunity to talk to some former members of the Ukrainian parliament and civil society leaders who are continuing to do work are visiting us here today. And we are very happy to see them here in the United States. Hannah Hopko, Dr. Hannah Hopko is an expert in advocacy, international relations on Russia, expansionism, and hybrid warfare. She chaired the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament from 2014 to 2019. She was one of the civic leaders of the Euromaidan during Ukraine's Revolution of Dignity. She was elected to the parliament from the pro-European Self-Alliance Party in 2014 and later served as an independent MP. In 2014, Foreign Policy magazine named Dr. Hopko a leading global thinker. That same year, she received the Certificate of Merit from Georgetown University School of Foreign Service Leadership Seminar and was honored with the National Democratic Institute Democracy Award for her efforts to further the cause of democracy in Ukraine. She belongs to the Young Global Leaders Networks of WEF, the World Economic Forum, and Munich Security Conference. Now, she is a National Interest Advocacy Network, chair of the board, and chairwoman of Democracy in Action initiative. And since the Russian full-scale escalation of Ukraine, established together with other Ukrainian activists the International Center for Ukrainian Victory in cooperation with the Casimir Pulaski Foundation. The ICUV advocates for Ukrainian interests internationally and supports civil society actions for Ukraine's victory. Welcome to the United States Congress and the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Also, we have Daria Kalinick, who is the co-founder and executive director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, a powerful national organization that has shaped Ukraine's anti-corruption legislation and efforts. Her organization ensured that Ukraine's newly elected parliament designed strong anti-corruption legislation, including the laws on the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, the Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, and High Anti-Corruption Court, open property registers, and electronic asset declarations. Daria also has founded critical resources to track money laundering and corruption internationally, and she's a member of the International Networks of Young Global Leaders and Munich Young Leaders. She's in the top list. She's in a list of top 100, the most successful women of Ukraine, according to various magazines. She's the Master of Financial Services Law, Chicago-Kent College of Law, Fulbright Graduate Student Exchange Program in 2010 through 2011, and since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, established together with other Ukrainian activists, the International Center for Ukrainian Victory in cooperation with the Casimir Pulaski Foundation. The ICUV advocates for Ukrainian interests internationally and supports civil society actions for Ukraine's victory, and we welcome you to the United States Congress and the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. I now recognize Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized to call up Amendment Number 98 to H.R. 7276 on behalf of myself and Ms. Titus.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. You do it. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk, please report the amendment.
Titus Amendment Number 98 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7276.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And Representative Manning is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member McCall for your leadership and your excellent work on this legislation. I offer this amendment today on behalf of myself and our colleague, Representative Titus. The amendment offered would make a specific and very important addition to the legislation to the list of war crimes and atrocities that the Russian military has committed in Ukraine, expressing the sense of Congress that the horrific incidents we have seen in Bucha demand justice and accountability. Mr. Chairman, we know that members of the Russian military, under the direction of Vladimir Putin, have unleashed brutal violence and committed terrible atrocities against the Ukrainian people. Over the weekend, the world witnessed mounting evidence of Russian war crimes in the massacre in Bucha, a small suburb near Kyiv, in which hundreds of dead bodies were found lying in the streets and piled up in mass graves. The brutal violence on display there has also been accompanied by chilling accounts of cases of rape and sexual violence against Ukrainian women, documented by journalists, human rights groups, and foreign governments. The use of rape as a weapon of war is a horrifying crime against humanity. These atrocities have shocked the world. That is why this legislation is so vital. It will ensure that we gather all available evidence of these horrific acts and use it to prosecute Vladimir Putin and all those responsible for war crimes. This is critical precisely because Russia and its state media have denied the truth about what has transpired in Ukraine and are desperately trying to escape any responsibility for the sickening crimes committed by Russian troops. The amendment expresses the sense of Congress that rape, sexual assault, and abuse are among those crimes. We must guarantee that those who commit these kinds of atrocities in war do not escape justice, because doing so is a necessity to prevent genocide and further atrocities. The United States and our allies should help uncover and reveal the true nature of the brutal Russia military invasion, rigorously documenting all cases of rape and sexual violence as part of the deliberate and indiscriminate effort to kill and harm innocent civilians in Ukraine. I thank Representative Titus for her work on this issue and the ranking member and the chairman for their bipartisan leadership on this important measure. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I strongly support the amendment offered by Representative Titus. Sadly, women and girls in Ukraine must confront the horrific threat of rape as a weapon of war. It is unconscionable and absolutely sickening. This amendment makes that clear, that incidents of rape and sexual assault that are taking place within the confines of Ukraine constitutes a war crime without question. I want to thank Congresswoman Titus for shining light on these issues, and I hope that all of my colleagues strongly support this amendment. And now recognize Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment as well. It's an amendment that makes reference to rape consistent with the United States law. And as I alluded to earlier, this use of sexual violence and torture in Ukraine is disgusting, it's deplorable, and demands to be condemned and demands justice. And with that, I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on amendment number 90, designated 98. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is now on the McCall Amendment and the nature of a substitute designated number 54. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is to report H.R. 7276 as amended, with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, again, unmute your microphones. And all those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table, and without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
Thank you. Anyone else seek recognition?
Pursuant to notice and for purpose of markup, I now call up H.R. 7312. The clerk will report the measure.
H.R. 7312, to prohibit the use of federal funds to support or facilitate the participation of the Russian Federation in the Group of Seven and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with, and without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And I now recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I support this measure and thank Representative Keating for carrying it forward in the 117th Congress. Russia's brazen aggression against Ukraine is nothing new, and its removal from the G8 after its wars against Ukraine began in 2014 was the right decision. Participation in the international community and its institutions should not be given. It must be earned and re-earned. And Putin is proving once again that today's Russia has no place in it. In light of Russia's renewed full-scale war against Ukraine, it is critical that we solidify Russia's ban from having a seat at this most important table. So again, I want to thank Mr. Keating for introducing this important measure and urge all of my colleagues to vote in support of this measure. Now I recognize Mr. McCall.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This bill I'm very supportive of establishes a statement of policy and prohibits any taxpayer funding for readmitting Russia into the G7. Russia was originally kicked out of the G8 in 2014 after the illegal annexation of Crimea. So I support this resolution. Putin alone is to blame for Russia's unprovoked war of choice against Ukraine. He is a war criminal, and while he remains its leader, Russia must remain a pariah. And that means Russia cannot be allowed back into the international organizations that seek to uphold shared democratic values like the G7. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Claudia Tenney of New York for 5 minutes.
Sorry about that. Got my microphone on. Thank you, Chairman Meeks, and also Ranking Member McCall for convening today's markup. We have excellent pieces of legislation today, and which underscores the solidarity that this committee is standing with Ukraine in the face of Putin's murderous war. Amidst the violence and bloodshed, we are witnessing the undeniable strength and courage of the Ukrainian people, President Zelensky, and the Ukrainian military. The people of Ukraine have bravely taken up arms to defend their sovereignty, and they should know that the United States stands with them, and we continue to usher as much support to their cause as the United States can muster. That's why I'm honored to co-sponsor Representative Keating's bill, H.R. 7312, to prohibit participation of the Russian Federation in the G7. This is a strong bill that sends an important message to the international community that we will not tolerate Putin's senseless assault on the Ukrainian people. The Russian Federation's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, the first of its kind in generations, is a gross violation of international law and an assault on international peace and security. A country willing to take such a blatant step to provoke war, to murder innocent civilians, and undermine the sovereignty of a neighboring country should not be a member of an organization like the G7, nor should it retain its powerful position as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. The security architecture we established after World War II is under threat. It is up to us to preserve it. Business as usual is not an option. It is in the early days of this war, I introduced a concurrent resolution that urges the Biden administration to take all steps necessary to remove the Russian Federation as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. I hope that this committee will consider this legislation for the next markup. A country that commits war crimes and threatens global security has absolutely no business serving as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We must have the courage to break the order now, or we risk losing our post-World War II ability to present and security, to protect security, and to maintain the peace across the world if we do not do something about this with the UN now. I strongly urge the passage of 7312 of Mr. Keating's bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I hope that we have a chance for even greater peace by removing Russia from the Russian Federation as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. I can't talk.
Generally, lady yields back. I now recognize Representative Bill Keating of Massachusetts, Chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, the Environment, and Cyber for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Chair Meeks and Ranking Member McCall for their leadership in holding this important and timely markup. I know that a lot of work was gone into putting this together on the docket, and it's been vitally important to show our leadership in the face of the evil that we see coming from Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation, as we work for their accountability for the criminal acts of the Russian military, and as we continue to give our commitment as strongly as possible to Ukraine, we must exercise the authority granted to the committee under the Constitution and to work to hold all these factors, all the people responsible in Russia and the Russian government, criminally responsible for the heinous devastation they've inflicted upon Ukraine. Further, we have and we must come together as a transatlantic community to confront the existential threat that authoritarianism presents to our democratic values. We won't be successful in doing this alone. Together, we must support those fearless individuals who stood up against oppression, like the brave men and women in Ukraine who courageously defend their home from the attack against the lawless aggressor. As chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, Environment, and Cyber, and as a member of the Armed Services Committee, I've worked hard to shine a light on the realities of this invasion, organizing 2 classified briefings for my fellow members of Congress and introducing multiple pieces of legislation aimed at meeting the needs of this crisis. Today, I want to thank Chair Meeks again for his help advancing H.R. 7312 to prohibit the use of any federal funds that would support or facilitate the participation of the Russian government in the G7 grouping, also known as probably one of the most prestigious and prominent democratic groups who gather to discuss important global issues. This bill is simple, and it makes it very clear that it's the policy of the U.S. to exclude the Russian government from the G7 or any reconstruction of the G8. And that's important because there have been political leaders that have pointed to putting them back into a G8 to facilitate discussions. But we want to make very clear that until the Russian government has established itself as a functioning democracy, they cannot sit at the table of one of the most important forums where important decisions for the future of the democratic world are made. I thank Chair Meeks for ensuring a swift consideration of the markup today, and I strongly urge an affirmative vote on this. I'd also like to speak in strong support of other measures considered in this markup, which would signal the strength and seriousness with which the committee sees its responsibility to respond to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. First, Ukraine Invasion War Deterrence and Accountability Act, introduced by Ranking Member McCall. I strongly express my support for this important legislation as it follows the subcommittee I chaired a week ago, in which we included a renowned investigator, a war crimes researcher, an international law expert, and a munitions expert. We laid out the evidence of the crimes that Russia has perpetrated on Ukraine. The witnesses were critical in showing the committee, based on information that we gathered and vetted from social media by a group called Bellingcat, where they depicted the real horrors in a social media and graphic sense that Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine has resulted in. Our subcommittee will continue to monitor their work on an ongoing basis. Building off this legislation will continue to establish the U.S. government's plan to collect, analyze, and preserve the evidence of war crimes committed. In addition, I'd like to signal my support for two measures we're considering which aim at countering Russian malign influence around the globe. First, introduced by Chairman Meeks, H.R. 7311, the Counter Malign Russian Activities in Africa Act. It's important that we not lose our focus on Russian activities in other parts of the globe as well. Second, H.R. 7338, the Russian Cryptocurrency Transparency Act, which seeks to close an important loophole through the appointment of a Director of Digital Currency Security at the State Department and requires reporting on an ongoing basis of the effectiveness and enforcement of the sanctions in place. As a co-sponsor of these bills, I hope these efforts will help us restrict the government's ability to finance this war. Further, while we make every effort to impose effectively stifling sanctions on the Kremlin, we must also support our allies who are most directly threatened. Both Georgia and Moldova are victims of the Kremlin's malfeasance in H.R. 923 and H.Res. 833, which I'm pleased to be a co-sponsor, expects strong support for Georgia and Moldova's sovereignty, democracy, and independence. I also want to take the opportunity to remind members watching, while we discuss the atrocities committed by Russia in the government of Ukraine, Americans such as Paul Whelan remain in Russian prison, political prisoners. And also we want to recognize, if I could, Mr. Chairman, just so I wouldn't leave it out, the importance of Trevor Reed's family and Brittany Griner's family as well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Any other members request to speak on this matter? Hearing none, are there any amendments on this matter? Hearing none, the question is to report H.R. 7312 with the recommendation that the measure do pass. We are going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table, and without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice and for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 923. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 923, to support the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Georgia and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Connolly Amendment, in the nature of a substitute number 62, circulated to members, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. And at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I support this measure, and I want to thank Mr. Connolly and Mr. Kinzinger for introducing it and for the steadfast support for the U.S.-Georgia relationship. With Russia's ongoing full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the timing of this bill could not be more important. Russia currently occupies 20% of Georgia's territory, and Putin's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine is a sobering reminder that the aggression that countries like Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova have long endured. More than ever, these countries need to stand together with our full, solid support. To that end, this bill not only highlights the importance of maintaining and increasing U.S. security assistance to Georgia, but it ensures that we are taking stock of Georgia's democratic and economic development, both of which are critical to this long-term stability, to its long-term stability and security. Now, Georgia's progress on the path of democracy and Euro-Atlantic integration has not been perfect. In fact, we've seen some troubling trends of late. But I do believe the arc of democracy in Georgia will trend in the right direction, and it is critical that the United States support the Georgian people on that path. Finally, in the face of Russian occupation within their own borders, Georgia's president and the Georgian people have expressed their staunch and public support for Ukraine. And going forward, it is critical that the Georgian government speak with one unified voice. So with that, again, I want to thank my colleagues for working together in a bipartisan way. And that is the spirit of which I think that we've got to move in. And I urge all members to vote in support of this not only important, but timely piece of amendment. So with that, I now recognize Mr. Representative Jerry Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for your kind remarks. And I want to thank Mr. Kinzinger for his support of this legislation. And I'm sure he's being lobbied on
He's
language
you,
in the
Mr.
bill.
Kinzinger.
But hopefully we will stick to the strongest threshold of accountability. As co-chair of the Congressional Georgia Caucus, I'm proud today we will consider this act. Legislation that's bipartisan and introduced with my Republican friend, Representative Adam Kinzinger, and which has twice passed the House of Representatives in this language with broad bipartisan support. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it's critical and urgent that we express our robust bipartisan support for Georgia's sovereignty, continued democratic development, and security. The bill provides a comprehensive treatment of the bilateral U.S.-Georgia relationship by bolstering security assistance, promoting democratic governance reforms, and enhancing cooperation to fight Russian disinformation and strengthen our economic ties. Georgia is a close security partner, and effective U.S. security assistance advances both our and Georgia's strategic interests. The Georgia Support Act will require the administration to examine how best we can utilize the $35 million or more the United States will be sending to Georgia in security assistance. As the #1 per capita contributor of forces in Afghanistan, Georgia demonstrated its dedication to security cooperation with NATO and the West. And the United States must in turn help Georgia defend itself against any additional Russian incursion on their sovereign territory. The Georgia Support Act will also seek to buttress Georgian democratic institutions through U.S. democracy and governance assistance programs. I've traveled to Tbilisi numerous times, both with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and with the House Democracy Partnership, to meet with government officials, civil society, and the Georgian people. I'm pleased this iteration of the Georgia Support Act will promote Georgian judicial independence, electoral reform, freedom of the press, and accountability for attacks on independent media and Tbilisi Dream activists back in 2021. This bill builds on previous efforts to bolster Georgia's territorial integrity by authorizing sanctions against those responsible for or who are complicit in human rights violations in the Russian-occupied regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. In these occupied regions, Russia has fomented unrest, aided separatist movements, and committed clear and evident violations of serious human rights, including ongoing detentions and killings. Russian forces continue to harass civilian communities along the administrative boundary and impede the right of return of internally displaced persons. In this bill, we adopt the sanctioning authority that's been supported by both sides of the aisle in the past 2 Congresses and was included in President Trump's Executive Order 13818 in 2017. The Georgia Support Act examines how the United States can enhance its assistance to best help our Georgia partners to defend themselves from cyber attacks and Russian disinformation, as well as sovereign incursion. Violations of Georgia's sovereignty have not only come through Russia's occupation. U.S. cooperation with Georgia must help our Georgian partners defend themselves, as we've just seen in Ukraine. The invasion and subsequent illegal recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk as independent regions in Ukraine strikes a familiar painful chord for Georgia. In light of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Congress and this committee must stand behind our Georgian partners in their fight for sovereignty, continued democratic development, and security. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, it is more important today than ever before. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, as we've done twice before as a full House of Representatives, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, Mr. Conley, for your work and friendship in doing this. It's been a few years now, and we work together well. The Russian aggression we see today is obviously not new. It was put on display for the world to see when Vladimir Putin ordered his forces into the sovereign country of Georgia in 2008. During that war, our allies in Georgia lost life, limb, and territory to Russian forces. These losses were not made in vain and now remind us of the unifying strength that comes with commitment to independence and democracy. Now, as Putin's failed campaign in Ukraine continues, I fear that he may turn his wrath to the east to save face. That is why it's important more than ever to pass the Georgia Support Act. This bill passed through the House the past two Congresses with overwhelmingly bipartisan support and reaffirms America's commitment to Georgian sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity through increased security assistance. The small changes made to this year's bill will only strengthen our allies' security posture while ensuring their young democracy continues to grow without fear of Russian aggression. We must not forget that Georgia has been a strong ally to the United States. Following the September 11th terrorist attacks, Georgia joined NATO's Collective Defense Treaty, even though they are not part of the alliance. They contributed the largest non-NATO force and were the largest per capita contributors to the war in Afghanistan. By deepening U.S.-Georgia security cooperation, we send a strong message to Putin that the United States stands with our allies. With that, I urge my colleagues to support the Georgia Support Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no one, I now recognize the representative from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for these bills. I think these will make a huge difference, and sooner they're on the floor, the better. And let me just say at the outset that I support this bill, but I do believe there is the necessity for an amendment that will clarify what we are
Let me have the clerk distribute the amendment first.
Mr. Chairman, this is Smith Amendment number 73.
Amendment number 73.
Yeah.
Thank
Clerk,
you.
Please distribute it.
We have another one?
Oh, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? Now the clerk will please report the amendment.
Smith Amendment number 73 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 923.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the representative from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have for many, many decades have had a strong and very deep commitment to the people of the Republic of Georgia. I've traveled there a number of times. As a matter of fact, after Russia invaded South Ossetia and Abkhazia, I traveled a couple of days later to Tbilisi, was there for a week. As it turned out, there were a couple of young people from my district, 3 in total, one that was being held up and very fearful in Abkhazia. and 2 who were in South Ossetia. And when I went, several members of Congress gave me names of people that were also behind the South Ossetia and Abkhazia Russia-dominated lines, and with the Chechens walking around with guns, drunk, and committing atrocities, they too were concerned. Within a week or so, we got all of the children out. We worked with the OSCE mission there. We worked with the International Committee for the Red Cross and the French, who had the chair in office that year for the European Union. That ambassador actually traveled to the place where the 2 in South Ossetia were and brought them to safety. So I have raised the issue at the parliamentary assemblies many times of the OSCE PA. So Georgia and the importance of our strong friendship there and democracy is at the top of my list and has always been. And matter of fact, they love George Bush so much that they name roads and other things, as I think my friend from Virginia knows. He's highly esteemed there as well. So let me just say, the pretext as well for the invasion was exactly what we've seen with Crimea. They're going in to liberate Russians. What a lie and deception that is. It is to continue the reconstitution of the Soviet Empire under Putin. So I'm supportive of the language and the thrust of this legislation. But I am asking, I am the prime sponsor of the Global Magnitsky Act. In 2017, we added it to the NDAA of 2017. So it's the language that I'm offering today is the Global Magnitsky Act current law language. And it's important. The whole issue of serious human rights abuses lacks any definition. Notwithstanding what Trump may have done or anybody else, it lacks definition. And we have very clear language that says, and to my colleagues that may not be as familiar with it, the language we put into the Global Magnitsky Act was gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, include torture, or cruel and inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges and trial, causing the disappearance of persons by abduction and clandestine detention of those persons, and other flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, or the security of the person. So I'm asking, and the amendment of nature of a substitute would very simply replace the serious human rights abuses language, again, which lacks precision, and would put our current Magnitsky Act language in. Let me also point out to my colleagues, as just the language that passed denying MFN to Russia and to Belarus had the language. We tried to get it out. We couldn't get it out. That's serious, similar to this one, serious human rights abuses. That bill is now being held up in the Senate, and it won't pass until the Global Magnitsky Act language is inserted. So, in terms of getting this legislation to the president for signature, I say to my good friend from Virginia, this language, Global Magnitsky Act, is what will help his bill get through the United States Senate. Because again, the other one, which has great support, I'm all for it, denying MFN to Russia and to Belarus, is now stalled in the United States Senate. So it'll also help in a very real way to facilitate this bill over on the Senate side. So I ask, again, respectfully, that this language replace the current language that's in this bill. And other than that, I support the rest of the bill.
Any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jerry Connolly.
I thank the chair. I've long admired my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Smith's commitment to human rights. But I must say I'm surprised at this language change he's proposing today, which in fact would actually limit and constrain the human rights violations that we're seeing right now in Ukraine, were they in fact to occur in Georgia. We've already adopted this bill here in the House twice with the language serious human rights violations. The President of the United States, somebody I certainly did not support, and maybe this is the first time I've ever actually publicly praised something he's done, which was to codify in an executive order this phrase, serious human rights violations. And it's, while my friend says it's not defined, fact of the matter is it's been operational. In fact, by that change, we were able to do what we couldn't do under the previous language in the Magnitsky Act. And since President Trump issued that executive order, there have been 138 human rights abusers sanctioned under the executive order standard, three of four of which would not have been sanctionable under the global Magnitsky Act's language my friend from New Jersey asked us to adopt. Victims not targeted for their status as a whistleblower or human rights defender, such as widespread abuses against civilian populations and ethnic religious majorities, for example, ethnic Georgians in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, would not qualify as a gross violation of internationally recognized human rights as interpreted by our own Department of State and our own Department of Treasury. There are crimes not included in Mr. Smith's language: forced labor, human trafficking, rape, sexual violence, none of which are incorporated in this definition. Crimes committed by planners of gross violations of human rights would not be sanctionable, only those actually pulling the trigger. While the extraterritorial nature of, for example, Jamal Khashoggi's murder may have been resolved by the fact that it occurred in the Saudi consulate, his killing was a single violation. Should Russian generals ordering torture of Georgian civilians be immune from sanctions? The serious human rights abuses created by the executive order has worked, has been operationalized, and is much more inclusive. And as we are seeing today, the gross crimes being committed in places like Bucha, Irpin, in Ukraine need this rubric, not a constrained one, not one that cuts, fine lines and lets gross violators off the hook. This is not the time for us to be limiting this language. And it would be one thing if this language were new. This language has been operational for 5 years. This language is what Congress adopted twice before in adopting this bill on a bipartisan basis. And I am hard-pressed to understand why all of a sudden we would want to change it and limit the amount of sanctions and human rights abuses to be sanctioned by law. And so, Mr. Chairman, I vigorously oppose this change. I believe it's a dilution of what we're trying to do here. I believe it sends exactly the wrong message at exactly the wrong time as we're witnessing the tragedy in the Ukraine, and so are our friends and allies in Georgia. So I must recommend to the committee that we oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Representative Tom Malinowski. But before I do that, let me recognize former Congressman Joe Crowley, who visited us, former member of the Ways and Means Committee. And I must now add that he also a former member of this committee. That's right, initially. Now, has a very successful, he's the producer of a very successful play. Where? On Broadway. Thanks, Joe. Good.
Wait, are you saying he's from New York?
Oh, the only place that's so great they had to name it twice. New York, New York. Good to see you, Joe. Representative Mr. Malinowski for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've got some history here with this issue, and so I want to speak to it directly. I was one of the strong advocates who helped in the crafting of the original Magnitsky Act. As Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights and Democracy, I worked with members to shape the global Magnitsky Act, and then I implemented it. I was the person at the State Department who actually implemented most of our human rights sanctions programs. And I have to tell you that one of the things that we learned, that we experienced in that time, was that the gross human rights language limitation in the Global Magnitsky Act and in other laws was a very significant limitation on our ability to do things that I know all of us on a bipartisan basis, including my friend from New Jersey, would have wanted us to do. Let me give you a real-world example. Many of us in 2015, 2016, wanted to sanction under the Magnitsky Act a couple of judges and prosecutors in Russia who had been responsible for jailing and prosecuting Russian protesters, protest organizers, other political opponents of the Putin regime. And the lawyers at State and Treasury and DOJ told us that sentencing a dissident or protester or activist to 20 years in prison for opposing Putin was not a gross human rights abuse. And legally, technically, they were right. Had it happened without trial, it might have been a gross human rights abuse. Had they been tortured in prison, it might have been. But that act in and of itself wasn't, and so we were not able to impose those sanctions. And so it has been a goal of many in the human rights community and many people in the State Department who care about implementing human rights sanctions to lower the standard in an appropriate and responsible way. Now, I understand where my colleague's concerns are coming from. I don't think he stated them explicitly a few moments ago when he spoke. I think he's worried that perhaps some woke, liberal, future Democratic administration will take that serious human rights abuse standard and start sanctioning governments around the world that criminalize abortion. Well, I worked for such an administration. We were all pro-choice and not in favor of criminalizing abortion. I can tell you it wouldn't have occurred to us in a million years to use sanctions authorities to go after people who disagreed with us on that score. But if that's the concern, I think there's solutions to this problem. We can easily, I'd be happy to work with my colleague to come up with appropriate understandings or definitions of serious human rights abuse that would limit it, for example, to human rights that are currently recognized in the various human rights treaties that the United States has signed and ratified, like the ICCPR and the Geneva Conventions, none of which would allow the sorts of things that I think my colleague would be concerned about. But we really do need to use a standard that is more expansive than gross human rights abuses to achieve the goals that I think we all share. Otherwise, we are going to continue to be severely limited in the application of sanctions that I know my colleague would want us to apply, whether in Georgia, Russia, or anywhere else. So let's work towards that solution, whether it's with respect to the Magnitsky Act or this or anything else. And the solution is not to go back to the gross human rights abuse standard, because that would really be a step backwards in the effectiveness of our enforcement of human rights principles in the United States. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yes, my friend, a question?
Sure.
The definition of gross violations of human rights, and we do this with trafficking as well. One act of commercial sex against a person with force, fraud, or coercion involved. So the word gross, while it's gross, the language says that's including flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, or the security of a person. Someone who is incarcerating people, so I'm not sure what advice the lawyers were giving you on that, but denial of liberty, thrown into prison for objecting and picketing or doing other things.
All I can say is what the consistent advice that we had from legal counsel, objective professional folks at Treasury, DOJ, was that there were lines we could not cross that seemed to be obvious cases. And so that's where this is coming from, sincerely. It is an effort to fix that problem. And again, I think we can do it in a way that would not cross the lines that you don't want us to cross.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now I recognize Mr. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I think the concern that was voiced by my colleague is a real concern, and it's a concern because of the evolution of thinking on this particular issue, and I'll give you an example. Decades ago, then Democrat President Clinton talked about how horrible abortion was in the late term, and it was considered something that wouldn't be done. But in this Congress, we've voted to allow it up to the moment of labor. And so the evolution of thinking on this issue has changed. And so therefore, there are concerns, I think, on our side that at some point, it would be deemed a violation of a human right to not allow someone to do that. And I think that's the reason for the concern. And I really appreciated, Representative Malinowski's very candid and transparent discussion of that. And so I thought, well, let's just share a transparent and concern we have, and that is the evolution of thinking that has occurred amongst people here in our country. And could that continue to evolve and turn it into a human rights issue? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance.
Let me further, add, recognize myself for 5 minutes, that I oppose this amendment. I think that Mr. Connolly stated it correct, that this amendment would limit the scope of offenses for which the administration could impose sanctions. I think it leaves gaps through which perpetrators of abuses could avoid accountability. The gross violations of human rights standard does not explicitly include offenses like rape, sexual violence, human trafficking, slavery, forced labor, and other serious abuses. And the serious human rights abuse standard has been in use, in effect, for years without issues. I think the standard under Malinowski, again, agreeing with Mr. Connolly, was issued by Donald Trump, and something that we agreed with. And the serious human rights abuse standard has been adopted, numerous bills passed out of Congress and signed into law, and has been broadly supported, I think, by both Democrats and Republicans, and also members of this committee. So I'm pleased how we've come together. I know the seriousness, though, of the gentleman's consciousness and moving forward. There's no stronger person on the committee to stand up for human rights. And I acknowledge Mr. Green also in the dialogue between him and Mr. Malinowski, that I think that does show transparency and honesty in trying to work together to get things done. But I, at this particular time, will oppose the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman yield?
Yeah.
I thank my good friend for yielding. Mr. Chairman, when in the definition of the amendment I'm offering, it says flagrant denial of liberty or the security of the person. So rape and other horrific outrages committed against another person would be included in this language. And I would also point out that we want this pegged to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention Against Torture, and all the others. And this language, frankly, accomplishes that, but I would be happy to be more specific. But to Dr. Green's point, there are some who I think want to construe the killing of an unborn child as a human right. They say it repeatedly. They say it at the United Nations. Some years ago, Human Rights Watch said that every one of the treaty bodies of the UN need to regard abortion as a human right. And frankly, we have fundamental disagreement on that, and I certainly respect the distinguished chair and others on this committee. But I believe passionately that abortion is a violation of human rights, not a human right. And I say that, we look at what happens to the baby, dismembered, chemically poisoned. It is violence against children, and it is also very injurious of women. It hurts women in many cases, not all, but many are hurt. It's certainly not a human right. So there is a move, a very strong move, to use the mechanisms of the United Nations to promote, especially in Africa, where most of the countries protect the lives of unborn children, and Central and South America as well, to say that abortion is a human right. And now an advocate in a country, government, president, premier, prime minister, whatever, who believes strongly could, under definitions that are not precise, be barred from coming here, could have assets.
Would my friend yield for a question?
In a moment.
My time.
Just let me finish real quick.
Let me.
But I would hope that it would be seen that there is a very real
Let me
move to.
Claim my time.
Okay.
And acknowledge.
Oh, it's your, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was out talking to Mr. Crowley. I thank the chair. I'm glad Mr. Green and Mr. Smith have at least told us why they want a change in language. But I will point out to Mr. Smith that he has personally supported the current language in this bill multiple times. The Belarus Democracy Act of 2004, sponsored by Mr. Smith, had this language. The Comprehensive Iran Sanctions Accountability and Divestment Act of 2010, co-sponsored by Mr. Smith, had this language. The Iran Threat Reduction and Syria Human Rights Act of 2012, Mr. Smith voted aye on final passage, had this language. The Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, co-sponsored by Mr. Smith, had this language. So one wonders what has changed all of a sudden that we need a new.
My time has expired. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Chairman, if I could just respond briefly to that.
You gotta have time. Anybody here can give you time?
What has evolved, frankly, is that others are calling it a human right and they're using UN mechanism. I yield back.
Yep. Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the Smith Amendment, designated number 73. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
I do ask to record a vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there other amendments? Hearing no other amendments, we now move on the next measure. We now consider H.R. 7311. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7311, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7311, to direct the Secretary of State to develop and submit to Congress a strategy and implementation plan outlining United States efforts to counter the malign influence.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. H.R. 7311 could not be more timely in my estimation. For several years now, the Russian Federation has used various means, including unaccountable private military contractors, embedded political operatives, and disinformation troll farms to conduct malign activities throughout the continent of Africa. In countries like the Central African Republic, now Mali, we are seeing the devastating effects. Mercenaries from the Kremlin-backed Wagner Group have been credibly accused of conducting gross violations of human rights, such as mass killings of civilians, forced disappearances, torture, and other unspeakable acts. Human Rights Watch released its preliminary findings outlining how malign forces, accompanied by Russian mercenaries, apparently executed hundreds of civilians and probable militants in central Mali just last month. And this is only one of the several similar incidents that would require the Secretary of State to develop and submit to Congress a strategy and implementation plan outlining the United States' efforts to counter Russia's malign activities in Africa. This legislation would also require the State Department to identify and hold accountable Russian and African officials for facilitating the Russian Federation's malign activities, often designed to exploit the continent's natural resources, manipulate democratic processes, and evade sanctions. So I want to thank Ranking Member McCall, along with Chairwoman Bass and Representative Smith for co-sponsoring this timely and very important legislation. I now recognize Ranking Member McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill that requires the State Department to develop a strategy to counter Russian malign influence in Africa. Russian activity on the continent is growing, and it's a real threat to our interest. The State Department must assess the threat of Russia's engagement and create a plan to counter the Russian Federation's growing influence. In Sudan, Russia is pursuing an agreement to establish a military base on the Red Sea. Russian mercenaries are active in Central African Republic, in Mali, and in Libya. And while they claim to support stabilization efforts, they're actually committing gross violations of human rights and exploiting natural resources. Just this weekend, Russian mercenaries were implicated in a massacre of over 200 people in Mali. This is the worst attack in Mali in over 10 years. Putin's complicity in atrocities around the world cannot go unanswered. They are trying to gain access to the African continent to rape their natural resources and dominate their energy markets. So I strongly condemn these attacks and the destabilizing role of Russia across the African continent and also the world as we're seeing the situation in Ukraine as well. And I support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Maria Salazar of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is the time for choosing. We must choose freedom and democracy. There are some great proposals in this markup to help the Ukrainians, but there is a serious omission, a missed opportunity to protect our Western Hemisphere from the same atrocities. Russia is moving violently in Ukraine, but silently into Latin America. While the world was frozen by fear while Russia amassed an invading force around Ukraine, we sat on our hands and watched how the Russians were creating or bringing troops next to Ukraine, to 200,000 of them just hours before the invasion. And the same thing could be happening in our backyard. I'm not sure if you know that Russia has been for decades butting up to Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba. 3 years ago, Russia sent Tu-160 nuclear bombers to Venezuela, but not only that, Vladimir Putin recently sold to Venezuela 24 Su-30 aircrafts, the same planes currently terrorizing the Ukrainians, part of an $11 billion deal in lethal military equipment to the Venezuelans. Rosneft, a Russian oil company, has spent more than $10 billion in Venezuela to revamp PDVSA, which is their state oil industry. The same company which Biden's NSC advisor for Latin America, Mr. Juan Gonzalez, wants to buy blood-stained oil from. We talk about Cuba, the picture is worse. In January, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, said his country is willing to send stormtroopers to Nicaragua, to Venezuela, and to Cuba, once again, and specifically to Cuba, 2,500 of them. In February, their deputy prime minister visited the island, and they want to spend billions and millions of dollars on air and seaport infrastructure for dual purposes. You know what that means, right? That the Russian military is coming into Cuba again. Russia has also discussed paying that island $200 million to restart a KGB spy station called Lourdes Listening Post. Who do you think they want to listen to? Our military. Talking about Cuba, this is what you get. when you have a weak president. It doesn't matter whether the year is 2022 or 1962. John F. Kennedy didn't know how to handle the Russians. He blinked during the Bay of Pigs operation. That's how we got to the Cuban Missile Crisis. When you close your eyes, dictators strike. If you don't know that, just open our history books. I believe we need peace through strength. We must stop the Russians in our backyard, and we shouldn't fall into the same trap. Otherwise, history will make us pay. And I thank you very much, and I thank my friend Mark Green for trying to make changes in this bill to expose Russia in Latin America specifically. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish? Mr. Smith, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And first of all, I want to say I strongly support your bill, Countering Malign Russian Activities in Africa Act, and I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor. I would point out that over the years, many of us have brought a great deal of attention to China's malign influence on Africa. I've chaired several hearings in this room about that and raised it over and over again with African leaders. But there has not been the kind of attention brought to bear on what Russia is doing. So again, I applaud you for doing this today. This is especially true as we see where we see the extensive presence of Russian private military contractors, or PMCs, in particular the notorious Wagner Group, and extensive Russian entanglement in countries with mining and strategic mineral reserves. In some cases, such as the Central African Republic, we see mines guarded by the Wagner Group mercenaries. Wagner Group PMCs are said to have also appeared recently in Sudan, where there has been earlier reports of Russia seeking a naval base there. And I would join my good friend, Ms. Salazar, in noting that our hope is that Dr. Green's bill could be brought before the committee. It could have been added here, but it could be a separate bill, and the sooner the better. Again, about the malign influence that is occurring by Russia, like China, in Central and South America. So I add my strong support to that initiative as well, and yield back and thank you for the bill.
Any further requests? Speak on this matter, on this measure. Hearing no further requests to speak on this matter, let's move on to amendments. Who wishes, anyone has an amendment at the desk? Mr. Malinowski? Amendments? No?
An amendment at the desk, Malinowski number 84.
Okay.
And I apologize.
Clerk,
I wasn't aware we
please distribute the amendments. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? Clerk will please report the amendment.
Malinowski Amendment number 84 to H.R. 7311, page 6, after line 13, insert the following. An identification.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I now recognize Representative Malinowski for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very straightforward amendment. It is rooted in our shared concern about the activities of mercenaries such as the Russian Wagner Group that have been committing horrific human rights abuses in Libya and elsewhere in Africa, destabilizing democratically elected governments, undermining the peace. We are all in agreement about the threat that this poses. What this amendment simply does, with respect to the situation in Libya in particular, is asking the administration to identify entities, including foreign companies, that have facilitated the ability of the Wagner Group to conduct these activities: transportation companies, logistical companies, money transfer services, the companies that own the planes that are bringing these people in, that bring in the ammunition and the arms that they use. A number of these companies have been identified from various countries in the region, in United Nations reports and reports by non-governmental organizations. The simple question this bill asks is, again, can you identify them, and why has the administration not used the sanctions authorities with respect to Libya that we have provided it for this purpose to target those companies? Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I support this amendment. And this amendment provides an additional and germane element to the required report on Russian malign activities in the continent of Africa. Specifically, this amendment calls on the State Department to provide details of the activities of the Kremlin-backed Russian mercenaries and those facilitating such forces in Libya, and to analyze whether sanctions should be imposed on these facilitators. Given the destabilizing nature of these unaccountable Russian mercenaries known to conduct human rights abuses throughout Africa, I believe that every member should support this amendment. Yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the gentleman from New Jersey's amendment, designated number 84. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Chabot?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Amendment has it. What's the number of the amendment? 43.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk, please report the amendment.
Chabot Amendment number 43 to H.R.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask
7311
unanimous
at
consent
the
that the
appropriate
amendment be
place.
considered as read.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During my statement on Ranking Member McCall's War Crimes Bill, I mentioned that one of the things that I thought we should be discussing was how much Russia's how much that they stand to gain from the Biden administration's undignified rush to negotiate a new nuclear deal with Iran. The first Iran deal was bad enough. The Obama administration negotiated, in my view, a terrible deal, which provided the Iranians sweeping sanctions relief in exchange for weak nuclear protections that expired after several years anyway. And that's not to mention the pallets of cash that the Obama team gave to the Iranians. All of this allowed Qasem Soleimani and the mullahs to supercharge their terror campaign throughout the Middle East. This, of course, included propping up Assad in Syria using the Houthis to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE, supporting Hezbollah's genocidal ambitions against Israel, and targeting U.S. military personnel in Iraq. President Biden brought back the same people who sold out to Iran the first time, and the results are predictable. The deal will be even worse. But it's just sickening to read about Russia's role in this new deal, in negotiating it and being involved in it in any way. And like in the aftermath of the last deal, I suspect that we will see a rush to increase ties between Russia and Iran once the deal is signed. Further, Russia is liable to be able to use Iran to avoid our sanctions, diluting the impact from these economic tools. We've been imposing all kinds of sanctions on Russia, but we know that they're probably going to be selling oil and other energy sources to China. They're likely to do the same thing with Iran after this deal occurs. The administration's narrow focus on Iran's nuclear weapons program that willfully ignores the context of that program and the many downsides to a new deal has been and will continue to be a gift to Vladimir Putin and his cronies. We need to ensure that the American people know what Russia is getting from this nuclear deal. Now, I realize this bill is about Africa and the Iran deal is about the Middle East, but that's part of the point. We're only considering Russia's malign influence relative to Africa, not to the Middle East or Latin America or anywhere else. We should be considering the global scope of Russian activity, not just Africa in that particular bill. With that, I'm prepared, Mr. Chairman, after having had an opportunity to make my statement, because I know that in all likelihood it would be declared non-germane, I'll at this time withdraw the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman withdraws.
Thank you.
Are there any further amendments? Hearing no further requests to speak. Mr. Barr, recognized. What number?
104.
Is that Pfluger 104?
Pfluger 104.
Clerk will report the amendment. Distribute the amendment, excuse me. Clerk should distribute.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we have the amendment been distributed? Yes, all members have received. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Pfluger Amendment number 104 to H.R. 7311. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the representative from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I call up Amendment 104 to H.R. 7311, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Mr. Pfluger of Texas, who is the author of this amendment. This amendment would require a report from the Department of Defense and the State Department on Russian private military companies over how they're utilized by Russia, the direct and indirect threats PMCs present to the United States and our allies, and whether the sanctions currently in place are sufficient. I agree with the underlying bill. I support the underlying bill, and I applaud the committee for working to address the issues related to Russian private military companies in Africa. But these organizations are not just confined to that region. We have seen the use of private military companies pop up across the Middle East and Eastern Europe. It is imperative to be proactive on this issue, and this amendment simply broadens the scope of the bill. We need to recognize the threats that these groups pose, and we need to start planning on how to properly counter the malign influence that Russian private military companies have across the globe. I applaud the author of the underlying legislation, support the bill, but urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to enlarge the scope of this bill to fully investigate the impact of these Russian PMCs. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on my point of order. Thank you. I thank the gentleman for raising this issue, and I would very much like to work with both Mr. Pfluger and Mr. Barr on the use of private military by the Russian Federation. I think it's very dangerous, and as he said in his remarks, it's a worldwide problem, which is sort of an admission against interest in a courtroom, because that's why it's not germane, because this is a bill limited to the continent of Africa. This amendment has worldwide implications, and while I think it's a serious and important issue, and I would love to work on it with the gentleman, it's not germane to the bill before the committee.
All right, the chair is prepared to rule. This amendment is not germane. You know, I know that members of my staff and on my team have reached out to Mr. Pfluger so that we would limit the offer and the scope to Africa, because that's what this bill is about. The focus is Africa. And unfortunately, we did not get an affirmative response back. But this bill introduces the rest of the world, and this bill's intent is to focus on the continent of Africa. So therefore, I rule that it's not germane. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 83, I believe. 87.
Clerk.
87.
Clerk is to distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order. Reserved by Mr. Phillips. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? Clerk, please report the amendment.
Green Amendment number 87 to H.R. 7311.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I now recognize Mr. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member McCall, and I want to thank the chairman for sponsoring this bill. I appreciate what the underlying legislation is trying to do, and I support it fully. Russia's malign influence in Africa is extremely concerning, and policymakers need to know more about its malicious activities there. However, Putin's Russia is extremely active in the Western Hemisphere. As ranking member of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, working with my chairman, H.Res, I'm offering an amendment that would require the State Department to produce a separate report on Russian activities in Latin America and the Caribbean in addition to the report on Africa. Similar to our other adversaries, China and Iran, Russia also capitalizes on the Western Hemisphere's proximity to the United States homeland to undermine American national security interests and promote its malign agenda. As such, Russia has uniquely emphasized bolstering its presence in Latin America and the Caribbean. Within the region, Russia is engaged on expanding its security footprint in order to gain and maintain access to key military systems and security services. This means, should Russia need to directly challenge the U.S., it would not need to move resources from other regions of the world. Over the last 2 decades, Venezuela has been Russia's biggest arms sales client. In the Western Hemisphere, it has purchased over $10 billion worth of fighter jets, surface-to-air missiles, and combat aircraft. With ideological allies like Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, Russia has found receptive hosts to engage in its provocative and destabilizing behavior. Russia is also making inroads with countries traditionally aligned with the United States on matters of human rights, democracy, and even counter-narcotics assistance. Countries like Argentina and Brazil have signed defense and security cooperation agreements, boosting Russia's influence and presence in the hemisphere. It's a threat to the United States of America. As noted by the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Russia's primary conduit for information operations in our hemisphere is their state-sponsored Spanish-language outlet of Russia Today, known as Actualidad RT. This outlet exports Putin's propaganda throughout Latin America. Like other Spanish propaganda outlets pushed by Russia's proxies, Iran and Venezuela, Actualidad RT amplifies conspiracy theories against U.S. allies and interests in anti-Western nonsense. Mr. Chairman, Russia's nefarious activities in our hemisphere are unacceptable. Putin's actions have exacerbated the immigration crisis by propping up the regime in Venezuela, have caused a rise in anti-American sentiment, and have caused some of our traditional partners to turn to Russia instead of the United States. I urge the committee to adopt my common sense amendment, which, in addition to reporting on Russia's nefarious activities in Africa, would require a separate report on Russia's malign influence in our own hemisphere. And I know, Mr. Chairman, based on your comments before, this will probably get motioned to be non-germane. And I just want to say I'm disappointed. I'd love to see this amendment added to the bill. I understand your point in focusing on Africa, but we have to do something on Russia's malign involvement in our hemisphere, just to our south, and would request your indulgence to work with me offline if someone does make a motion to make this germane, to create another bill, a separate bill, that directs the attention on a similar report on the Western Hemisphere. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Phillips, point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is a serious legislative effort. I certainly recognize that, but this bill is strictly focused on Africa, and this amendment, as stated, would widen the scope to equally focus on Latin America and the Caribbean, so therefore it just simply is not germane.
Chair is prepared to rule. Mr. Green, I know you are a very serious legislator. I know you are passionate about the Western Hemisphere. And I, too, am passionate about the Western Hemisphere. I spent most of my career here focused just on that, whether it's the continent of Africa and the Western Hemisphere. I can tell you that I would be happy and pleased to work with you on a separate piece of legislation focused specifically on the Western here and Russia's malign activities therein. But I must rule this non-germane as it is not directly dealing with the continent of Africa. But I look forward to working with you on that.
Mr. Chair.
Recognize Chairwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in general, let me thank you and the ranking member for having this markup, period, about the crisis that the world is witnessing. But I do think that it is so appropriate as this bill raises a focus on Africa. And I think that we need to understand having a focus on Africa is not a bad thing. I understand that Russia's activities in many different parts of the world are critical, but it is very important to focus on Africa because I think it has gone unnoticed. The violent activities that have been taking place across Africa, the recent report by the Human Rights Watch raises the specter of the inhumane and unjust treatment that Russian mercenaries have been having across the continent. The most recent of which is Russian mercenaries serving as support forces to the army in Mali to slaughter more than 300 people during a 9-day military operation that just happened. I mean, this is current news, not something that happened 3 or 4 months ago. Russian mercenaries, particularly the Wagner Group, have also committed acts against civilians in the Central African Republic. These violations include excessive force, indiscriminate killings, occupations of schools, and looting. Russian security contractors have also appeared in conflicts in Libya, Mozambique, and South Sudan, among others. These actions are highly akin to what is occurring in the Ukraine and cannot go understated. Russian mercenaries hired to extend the strong arm of government are violating human rights, which must be condemned and stopped. This is so important, especially in the continent of Africa, where there are many governments that are unstable, or where we are now having an increased number of coups, violent takeovers of democratically elected governments. And if these governments, where there has been a coup that takes place, believe that now they can just call in Russian mercenaries to prop them up, really sends an incredibly dangerous signal. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing forward H.R. 7311, the Countering Malign Russian Activities in Africa Act. This bill takes into account the seriousness of Russia's influence on the continent of Africa. And I note that since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I support this bill's requirement that the U.S. State Department investigate Russian activities on the continent as well, especially that undermine U.S. interest. It's important to safeguard U.S. national security, as well as to stop the spread of disinformation on the content that threatens the human rights of its people. I urge my colleagues to join me today in supporting this bill and others that condemn and penalize Russia for its unacceptable, unjust actions. And unfortunately, I would have to agree that the amendment is not germane. The focus of this bill is on Africa, and I do look forward to hearings in the future where we look at Russia's involvement in other continents. Thank you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any further amendments on the bill? Hearing no further amendments on the bill, the question is to report H.R. 7311 as amended, with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, unmute your microphones, please. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. We now consider H.R. 7340. H.R. 7340. Pursuant to notice, for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7340. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7340, to provide for congressional oversight of certain sanctions imposed with respect to the Russian Federation.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on this measure. I support this measure, and I thank Mr. Muser and Ms. Weil for bringing it before the House Foreign Affairs Committee for consideration. This committee has a critical role in the conduct and oversight of U.S. foreign policy, and it is important that for impactful decisions regarding sanctions, that we have a seat at the table. This measure is simple. It would give our committee, through the chair and ranking member, the ability to formally ask the president to sanction Russia institutions and individuals, or those assisting Russia in its malign activities, including its ongoing war against Ukraine, under certain existing sanctions and authorities. Congress has this role in Malinowski sanctions and chemical and biological weapons sanctions. And I believe it's important that we extend ourselves that ability when it comes to holding Putin and Russia to account. So let me end as I started by thanking my colleagues from Pennsylvania for bringing this measure before our committee. And I support it, and I urge all of our members to do the same. Do anyone else request to speak on this measure? Hearing no further requests to speak, are there any amendments? Hearing no amendments and no further requests to speak, the question is on bill number 7340. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, if that's appropriate.
Yes.
I have an amendment. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at here. An amendment on 6930, and I'm wondering where that bill is in the.
You just moved it down in order.
Okay, so
We'll get to it.
I know you will, but will it be shortly, or do I have time to run back to my office for another meeting, or what you tell me?
Run back to your office.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, quite welcome. So we now consider H.R. 7338. Pursuant to notice, the purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7338, and the clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 7338, to require congressional notification prior to payments of Department of State rewards using cryptocurrencies.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And I now recognize myself to speak briefly on this measure. I was proud to work again, as the theme has been throughout this markup, very proud to work with Ranking Member McCall in introducing H.R. 7338, the Russia Cryptocurrency Transparency Act. This legislation will require the State Department to notify Congress when it pays out rewards in cryptocurrencies. This legislation is very timely. Given the unprecedented strong sanctions issued by the Biden administration upon Putin's Russia, it is imperative that we conduct greater oversight over the State Department's rewards program and ensure that crypto funds are not falling in the hands of bad actors in order to evade liability. This is a bill that is very much needed right now, given the circumstances of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and they are attempting to circumvent sanctions. I yield back the balance of my time, and do any other members wish to speak on the measure?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who seeks recognition?
Sherman?
Mr. Sherman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
The Ukrainian government has asked us to try to clamp down on Russia's use of cryptocurrency. There's a bill I'm introducing today designed to do just that. Unfortunately, perhaps it will have primary jurisdiction over on our other committee, Mr. Chairman, the Financial Services Committee. But crypto, while it can have some beneficial impacts, is a major road to sanctions evasion. We've seen Iran evade our sanctions with crypto. We've seen North Korea do the same. And so I think it's important that this bill not be seen as, oh, we've done something for Ukraine regarding crypto. The most important thing we need to do is to give the president the authority to tell crypto exchanges not to do business with Russian wallets. Because as long as that avenue is available, we can see the Russians using it to evade what has been a very effective or surprisingly effective sanctions regime, making it very difficult for Russia to use dollars, which is why they are demanding that they get paid in rubles for their natural gas. So we know that Russia is having great difficulty spending dollars and other hard currencies, and we know that they will not have trouble spending Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. In fact, while a lot of businesses, I would say a majority of American businesses, have stopped doing business with Russia as usual, the crypto exchanges have said that they will keep doing business with Russia and with Russians and with Russian oligarchs and with Russian wallets as usual, unless Congress passes a law and unless that law is enforceable and actually enforced. So I wish the crypto exchanges would join with the rest of the civilized world in doing everything possible to strengthen the sanctions on Russia. Unfortunately, they've announced that they will not do so. So I think this bill is an important vehicle. At the appropriate time, I will offer my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else has any further seek recognition on this measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purposes does the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
What's the amendment number?
Does the clerk have the amendment number?
Sir, is it number 80?
I believe it is.
Clerk should distribute the amendment. Everyone has received a copy of the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Sherman Amendment number 80 to H.R. 7338.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the representative from California, Mr. Sherman, is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for bringing this important legislation to us. Worldwide sanctions target Russia, the state, and the oligarchs that keep Putin in power. While cryptocurrency systems are too small for the Russian government to move huge amounts of money, substantial transactions can still take advantage of cryptocurrency to evade what, as I said before, has been a surprisingly effective series of sanctions designed to prevent the use of hard currencies. Cryptocurrencies are currently being used for sanctions evasions by Iran and North Korea, and my amendment makes that clear in this bill. A recent report by the United Nations panel of experts on North Korea report issued just last month stated cyber attacks, in particular on cryptocurrency assets, remain an important source of revenue for the government of the Democratic Republic of Korea, which is to say North Korea. In fact, on September 28th of last year, Virgil Griffith, a former senior researcher with the Ethereum Foundation, pleaded guilty to charges from the U.S. Justice Department for providing advice to North Korea on using cryptocurrency and blockchain technology to evade sanctions. And this from someone who was a senior researcher at the Ethereum Foundation, the organization behind the second leading cryptocurrency. Iran has a proven record of using cryptocurrencies to evade sanctions, using sanctioned oil to produce excess electricity. Iran then goes into the Bitcoin mining business that encompasses 4.5% of all Bitcoin mining in the world. So while Iran can't use its oil to generate money by exporting it, it turns it into electricity and turns that into Bitcoin. With the help of Chinese firms and others, Iran produces approximately $1 billion a year in Bitcoin, allowing it leverage for evasion tactics, such as front companies and shipping schemes, to buy imports and lessen the impact of U.S. international sanctions. My amendment encourages the State Department to consider these existing patterns of sanctions evasion by other malign actors when reviewing the potential of Russia to use digital assets to evade sanctions that we are imposing now on Russia. My amendment also reflects the reality that cryptocurrencies primarily serve as a faster way to provide cross-border humanitarian assistance payments. We've seen that only to a very slight extent, if at all. And the idea that we need cryptocurrencies to help people buy food in a besieged Ukraine city ignores the fact that there are very few, if any, vendors of food in Ukrainian cities that are accepting anything, that are accepting cryptocurrencies, just as I cannot find a place in my district where I can buy a sandwich for cryptocurrency. So I don't think we should be distracted by statements that somehow cryptocurrencies are doing good things for Ukraine. The Ukrainian government certainly hasn't said that. They have said and called upon the United States to clamp down on the use of cryptocurrency by Russia. The committee has continued to pass tough, meaningful sanctions on Russia to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Today and in the last few days, we've seen just how unspeakable Putin's war crimes have been, or to put that more explicitly, how unspeakable are the crimes committed by Russian forces, which are a direct result of Putin's decision to launch a war of aggression. But if we want to be serious on cracking down on the Russian state and oligarchs, we must deny them all avenues to escape sanctions, including cryptocurrencies. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. I support Mr. Sherman's amendment. You know, I agree that sanctions can possibly be evaded with crypto, which is the main reason I drafted this bill in the first place. It is strong legislation that will make sure that the State Department stays on top of the issue, and this committee will be able to review and make sure that no one can get around the sanctions that are placed on them, as Russia will and have attempted to do. Yield back the balance of my time. Anyone else? Any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment from the gentleman of California, designate number,
I believe it's
number 80. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, unmute your microphones, and all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinions of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Are there any other amendments? Hearing no amendments, the question is to report H.R. 7338 with the recommendation that the measure do pass. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones again. And all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And without objection, the staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. We now consider H.R. 7372. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7372, and the clerk will report the bill.
Hi, this is Brad. H.R. 7372, to amend the Ukraine Freedom Support Act of 2014 to require the President to establish...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill... Please, someone mute your... Thank you. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself to speak very briefly on this matter. Due to the global COVID-19 pandemic, the global economy has already faced severe supply chain disruptions, especially in the semiconductor space. Now, with Putin's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, we are facing yet another global shock that could impact the supply chain for this good, which is critical for our national and economic security. H.R. 7372 would set up a high-level interagency task force to make sure that we have a whole government effort to anticipate and respond to the impacts of the supply chain for semiconductors. The Russian invasion of Ukraine also highlights that we need to be ready for future geopolitical and global shocks that could impede or break down the supply chain. Whether that is geopolitical instability in the Indo-Pacific, a broader war in Europe, or an invasion of Taiwan, we need to have contingency plans ready to go, and we need to start planning ways to diminish the impact of such shocks. Here again, I thank Ranking Member McCall and Representative Mayer for working with Representative Titus and my staff on this measure. This is a sensible and urgent challenge, and I think all members, and in fact, I urge all members to support it. Yield back my time. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests to speak on the measure, does any members have any amendments to the measure? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is to report H.R. 7372 with the recommendation that the bill do pass. We are going to take a vote by voice, and all members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. All right, we now consider H.R. 7314. And pursuant to notice, for purposes of markup, I call up H.R. 7314, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7314, to require the Secretary of State to submit to Congress a report on the People's Republic of China's support.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Again, at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. H.R. 7314 would require the Secretary of State to submit to Congress a report on the PRC's support to the Russian Federation with respect to its illegal invasion of Ukraine. China and Russia have greatly enhanced their strategic cooperation in recent years under Putin and Xi. Their February joint statement, just before the invasion of Ukraine, signaled even closer cooperation between Russia and China. We need to make sure that the PRC does not provide material support to Russia's war effort or help Moscow evade U.S. export controls and sanctions. If it does so, as President Biden promised President Xi, there will be serious consequences. This bill will help the United States Congress and the American people stay informed about how, if at all, China might be supporting Russia in its war against our democratic friend, Ukraine. If China is complicit in spilling the blood of Ukrainian people, then the world should and needs to know about it. China and Russia have greatly enhanced their strategic cooperation in recent years, and that we see. And as I stated earlier, the invasion shows cooperation even closer. How? The PRC has tried to distance itself from Russia's war, but it cannot have it both ways. The fact that Beijing has refused to condemn Russia's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified invasion and has spread disinformation and propaganda that support Russia's narrative. I had a conversation with some number of individuals just yesterday on this very point. So, we could not take the PRCs at its word. We need to make sure that the PRC does not provide material support to Russia's war effort or help Moscow evade U.S. export controls and sanctions. If it does so, there will be consequences. This bill will help Congress and the American people stay informed. And with that, I return my time. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure? Recognize Representative Barr from Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the bipartisan spirit in which you've conducted this hearing and the agenda that you put forward and your support for this legislation. And I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7314, Assessing Xi's Interference and Subversion Act, or the Axis Act. And Mr. Chairman, as you explained, this legislation requires the Secretary of State to report on whether and how the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party have supported Russia's unprovoked invasion and full-scale war, brutal war against Ukraine. In addition to sanctions evasion, the report requires information on actions undermining United States export controls, supporting Russia's military and intelligence agencies, including through non-sanctioned technology and other economic and technical support. I would particularly like to thank my colleague, Representative Young Kim, for her co-sponsorship of my bill and work in this space through her bill, the Dictator Act, that particularly highlights China's assistance to Russia on sanctions evasion. Representative Kim has been a true leader on this issue and really was the first to jump out and identify Chinese assistance to Russia in the aftermath of the invasion and how we need to monitor this very, very closely and prevent Russia from any sanctions evasion activities with the assistance of the People's Republic of China. But, Mr. Chairman, my bill highlights the multiple ways that the PRC is helping Russia. And it's not just that China has refused to condemn Russia's invasion or that they spread Russia's disinformation. In just the last week, China's Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in eastern China, where the CCP was hosting meetings on Afghanistan. During the meeting, Wang said both sides are more determined Wang said both sides are more determined to develop bilateral ties and are more confident in promoting cooperation in various fields. China is willing to work with Russia to take China-Russian ties to a higher level in a new era under the guidance of the consensus reached by Xi and Putin. Before the invasion, we know that China and Russia were colluding on Russia's invasion so that Putin's unprovoked assault on Ukraine didn't take away from the attention of Xi's genocide Olympic Games. On February 4th of this year, China and Russia issued a 5,000-word statement saying that their partnership had, quote, no limits, unquote, and that Russia held off its invasion to appease China. Just days after the beginning of the invasion, the Kremlin-controlled energy company Gazprom signed a contract to begin work on a natural gas pipeline to China. If completed, the pipeline would deliver up to 1.8 trillion cubic feet of Russian natural gas each year to China via Mongolia. Since the beginning of the invasion, we have seen the international community come together to sanction Russia for its unprovoked assault on Ukraine. These actions, however, only go so far if Communist China revives the Stalin-Mao alliance of the 20th century and actively props up the Russian economy and helps them circumvent international sanctions. We have reason to believe that that's happening, and we need the State Department to be on it, and we need the Congress to be informed so that we can prevent sanctions evasion activity. My legislation would bring to light the ways the CCP is undermining the work of the United States and the international community to bring an end to this conflict, to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for his genocide and his brutal war against the people of Ukraine. The American people deserve to know the ways that Xi's genocidal regime is assisting Vladimir Putin's genocidal regime and his war crimes. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I once again thank the chairman for his bipartisan cooperation on this legislation, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and a particular thanks to Representative Young Kim for her leadership on this issue. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and now I recognize the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the ranking member of the Asia and Pacific Subcommittee, I want to voice my support for Mr. Barr's Access Act. I also want to thank him for his leadership on this very important issue. On February 4th, as China, who's actively committing genocide with respect to the Uyghurs, this genocide that they're carrying out is really being carried out with impunity. As they prepared to host the Olympics, General Secretary Xi and Vladimir Putin issued a statement declaring a no limits partnership between their two dictatorships. This statement flagrantly underscores the Chinese Communist Party's and Russia's shared aim of displacing the U.S.-led rules-based international order and creating a new order that is safe for authoritarians, based on the simple, brutal rule of might makes right. Lured by economic benefits, the free world is only now coming to terms with this challenge. Mr. Barr's legislation would target their partnership and unveil how much support the CCP is providing for Russia's illegal, unwarranted, and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. So I'd urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and now I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank Representative Barr. I rise in support of 7314, the Access Act. This is a very important issue before our committee today, and I'm very supportive of the bill. In February, President Xi and Putin declared that the relationship between Russia and China had no limits, as the Russian army amassed, as we well know, over 140,000 troops on its border with Ukraine. Xi and Putin were announcing a deal for China to purchase $117 billion of Russian natural gas. As Putin's invasion grew more untenable, U.S. officials indicated Russia had asked China for military and economic assistance. We simply cannot allow China to be Putin's lifeline. More concerning is that this alliance also includes Iran. Russia and China are both bolstering Iran as participants in negotiations on an Iran nuclear deal and promise to trade with Iran, further undermining U.S.-led sanctions against Iran's rogue activity in the Middle East and throughout the world. My colleague rightly deems this the new axes. Representative Barr's bill will provide information we need to evaluate future policy toward Russia and China by reporting on whether China is helping Russia evade sanctions or supporting their military and intelligence capabilities. This axis should concern all of us, as we must do everything we can to adjust and strengthen our foreign policy and their leaders who seek to undermine our nation at every chance. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Any members with additional amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 86.
All right, Mr. Green, Amendment 86. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. I'll ask the clerk to please report the amendment.
Green Amendment number 86 to H.R. 7314. In Section 3A, insert after, quote, "the Secretary of Commerce," end quote, the following, quote.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I support this amendment to have the Secretary of State consult with the Director of National Intelligence in formulating this report. It's a useful addition, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. With that, I'll recognize Mr. Green from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and I want to thank Congressman Barr for sponsoring this very important piece of legislation on the collaboration between two of America's most powerful adversaries. Just like during the Cold War, the relationship between China and Russia is of paramount concern to Congress. Any robust study of this relationship, however, must include our intelligence community in that process. Many of the questions that this bill is asking the State Department can only be answered with the intelligence community's active assistance. The strategic collaboration of Xi and Putin must be studied in the context of Putin's past as a KGB agent, the Russian legacy of effective clandestine influence operations, and the alarming and invasive domestic surveillance capabilities that both China and Russia use on their own people. My amendment to the Access Act simply directs the Secretary of State to consult with the Director of National Intelligence as appropriate to answer the questions required by the bill's study, which are of concern to all members of this committee. The Director will be able to coordinate the various intelligence services and sources at our disposal to ensure that we get the full picture in this report on Chinese-Russian collaboration. I urge my colleagues on the committee to support my common sense amendment, and I yield to Mr. Barr.
I thank my friend and colleague for his leadership on this amendment, which I support. The amendment improves my legislation, and as an Army Night Stalker, there's not a single member of the United States House of Representatives who understands the importance of actionable intelligence. And yes, when we are assessing the malign axis between the communists in Beijing and the communists in the Kremlin, we do need access to the SCIF. We need access to sensitive information from the intelligence community. I applaud my colleague for his leadership on this. It improves the bill. I support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back, and hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the Green Amendment number 86. We're going to take a voice vote. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. No. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is Report H.R. 7314 with the recommendation that the bill do pass. We're going to take a voice vote. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Pursuant to notice, and for purpose of markup, I now call up H.Res. 833. The clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 833, expressing support for Moldova's democracy, independence, and territorial integrity.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And without objection, the Pfluger Amendment, in the nature of a substitute number 103, circulated to members, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. I now recognize myself to speak briefly on this measure. I support this measure and thank my colleagues, Mr. Price and Mr. Pfluger, for their work on this important resolution. Like Ukraine and Georgia, Moldova is no stranger to the devastation of Russian aggression. With Russian forces occupying their territory and supporting and fomenting separatist movements within their borders. Yet, even in the face of this decades-long aggression, the Moldovan people continue to demonstrate their generosity and kindness by taking in refugees fleeing from homes in Ukraine to escape Russia's, Putin's brutal war. This generosity is demonstrative of the path the people of Moldova have chosen. After free and fair elections, they picked a leader, in Maya Sandu, who has set forth an ambitious vision to root out corruption, strengthen democracy and civil society, and ultimately join the European Union. Moldova is an important and valued partner, and it is squarely within our interest to help the Moldovan people succeed in this goal. So, let me thank my good friend and representative, Mr. Price, for introducing this important measure, along with Mr. Pfluger, and more importantly, for their long career of dedicated service to the global cause of democracy and to the American people. The people of Moldova could not have asked for better friends in Congress. Do any other members would like to speak on this measure? Mr. Pfluger is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this before the committee. I think, reaffirms our bipartisan support for the security and the strength of our partners and allies throughout the world. Before I begin, I'd like to recognize Ms. Oksana Padararu, who's a member of the Moldovan Embassy and is with us today. And without the support of the embassy and also that of Ambassador Karas, we wouldn't be able to discuss this. It's also important to recognize that this resolution, the beginnings of, happened well before the invasion, the unjust invasion and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Now more than ever, it's extremely important that we recognize Moldova on the bipartisan caucus that I co-chair with Mr. Price from North Carolina. So my thanks to him. And I think when you look at the unjust invasion of Ukraine, the regional security implications for the bordering countries, including Moldova, which has Russian troops within its own internationally recognized borders in the Transnistria region, this is incredibly important. Some reports indicate that Russian President Putin may also have his eyes on countries such as Moldova, and now is a critical time to reinforce the relationship between our two countries, to recognize the 30 years of diplomatic relations that the United States and Moldova have together, and to support Moldova as it works to strengthen its own democracy and its own institutions and to chart a path forward. As a small but significant former Soviet state, Moldova's critical geopolitical location has led to a tug-of-war between those who seek greater integration with the EU and those who seek ties with Putin's government in Moscow. In the past year, the Moldovan people voted to elect their first female president, Maya Sandu, and a new parliament with a clear mandate for democratic reform and cooperation within Europe. This resolution expresses support for the Moldovan people, support for their efforts to strengthen their own governance, to root out corruption, to increase economic prosperity, to support energy diversification away from Russia, to ensure stability and security, and to safeguard its own territorial integrity. The resolution calls upon the Kremlin to withdraw its military forces from inside the Transnistria region. And it reaffirms the support for the increased bilateral U.S.-Moldova dialogue that discusses trade and economic investment. And it encourages the U.S. government, the European Union, and other transatlantic partners to increase cooperation, coordination, and support for Moldova's democratic transformation, for their own sense of energy independence, and for their security writ large. As we celebrate 30 years of diplomatic relationships, I'm pleased to see this resolution marked up. I hope that it sends a strong signal to the people of Moldova, but also to the Russian government. I hope that they see this as a sign of strength, as a sign of deterrence, and as a sign of resolve that we, as members of Congress and as the United States, seek to help those who want to turn away from the authoritarian dictator Vladimir Putin and want to turn towards the security and the prosperity that the West has provided. And it's an honor to be able to bring this forth, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing none, we now move to...
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Representative Titus?
I'm here.
Representative Titus?
I'm here. I am here. Oh,
recognized for
thank
5
you very
minutes.
much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I just would like to thank you and the ranking member for all these great bills that are before us today, and I apologize for being in and out, and thank you for your indulgence of that. I support Mr. Pfluger's and Mr. Price's work to urge the U.S. government and EU to continue to support economic development and democratic reforms in Moldova. I've been fortunate to serve on the House Democracy Partnership, and we visited a number of these countries and have real initiatives. It really is a responsibility of us to support emerging democracies, especially those that are in tough neighborhoods like Moldova finds itself these days. And the stronger we can make our relationships with them, the better. If I could take just a minute too, since I missed the H.R. 7372, protecting the semiconductor supply chain materials, to say thank you to Representative Mayer and you, Mr. Chairman, for joining me in introducing this crucial legislation. The pandemic has put a massive strain on our global semiconductor supply chain network. We hear about these problems all the time, and this kind of technology affects daily life and our communications, our cell phones, our cars, our medical devices. In Las Vegas, it affects our economy because these chips are used throughout the gaming industry. Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine has made this an even bigger problem. It's interrupted the crucial inputs to this manufacturing. We're talking about palladium, neon gas, helium. All of those are critical, and now it's going to be more difficult to find them and acquire them. So that's why this legislation would create a working group to report and monitor on disruptions caused by Russia and its invasion of Ukraine, so that we can no longer get these critical materials. The working group would be led by the Secretary of State, and it would develop strategies for bolstering supplies of critical elements, compounds, and products, and will provide tangible actions that Congress can take to support them in this effort. We can keep up with what's going on because an annual report is required in the bill to come back to Congress to tell us what can be done, what the Russians are doing, how to acquire these materials, and how to break down this logjam in the supply chain. So as we continue to recover from the impact that the pandemic has had on our economy, and that this war is also having on our economy, we need to do everything we can to implement measures that help with supply chain problems. And this is a positive step, and I thank you very much for bringing it and passing this bill. And just briefly, if I could thank Representative Manning for her very eloquent defense of our amendment to be sure that rape and sexual assault are included in the war crimes bill. I very much appreciate her bringing that forward and the committee passing it out. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Any further requests to speak on the measure? Hearing none, let's move on to amendments. For what purpose does the representative from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Chairman, I know you're glad to see me back. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Amendment, I think, is number 561.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Amendment that the clerk shall report the amendment. Distribute the amendment first. Mr. Perry, it's always good to see you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman?
I said it's always, you said it, hey, it's always good to see you, Mr. Perry.
Don't force yourself there, Mr. Chairman, not too much. It'll be obvious.
Any member received a copy of the amendment? Clerk is pleased to report the amendment.
Perry Amendment Number 561 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the representative from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the final whereas clause in this resolution, which read, whereas on September 21st, 2021, President Biden addressed the 76th United Nations General Assembly stating that the democratic world lives, this is quote, lives in the proud Moldovans who helped deliver a landslide victory for the forces of democracy, with a mandate to fight graft to build a more inclusive economy, unquote. Now, apparently, our Commander-in-Chief is not well versed in the concept of irony. All the while, it appears he is praising a foreign country for eliminating graft from their government. He himself, again, appears to be permitting corruption and graft to flourish within his own family. We know that Hunter Biden's investment company, Bonhai Harvest, helped facilitate a deal that transferred one of the world's largest cobalt mines in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, to the Chinese. 2016, the son of the sitting Vice President of the United States used his own investment firm to facilitate a $3.8 billion deal that transferred 80% of the world's most lucrative cobalt mine, which is located in the DRC, to a Chinese firm. Many of my colleagues may already know cobalt is a critical mineral in the development of electric vehicles, and children as young as 4 years old were found mining for cobalt while their Chinese overlords did absolutely nothing to address the egregious human rights abuse. In June of this year, the Biden administration argued that China's global control of the world's cobalt supply, quote, presents a critical vulnerability to the future of the U.S. domestic auto industry, unquote. In a particularly ironic turn of events, the President of the United States has only to look to his own family to pinpoint the cause of this unfortunate predicament. Despite not having any kind of background in the energy sector, Hunter Biden received over $83,000 for the month of May in 2014 to sit on a Burisma board, as invoices on his abandoned laptop proved, a laptop which was dismissed by many of my colleagues here as, quote, Russian disinformation, unquote. In 2016, Hunter Biden's total income from Burisma amounted to nearly $1 million. In any other universe, this would have raised alarm bells. A Ukrainian energy company hiring a man with no background or expertise in the energy sector, whose only asset to the team was his last name. Let's also not forget Hunter Biden's promise to set aside 10% for the big guy, a comment that seems to be a clear reference to his father. I celebrate the achievements of the Moldovan people, particularly as they have demonstrated time and again their commitment to the rule of law and democracy, and I thank my friend Mr. Pfluger for offering this bill. But insofar as this resolution is concerned, we can do better and commemorate the achievements of the Moldovan people more effectively than citing the hollow words of President Biden to that effect. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields the balance. I now recognize myself. Unfortunately, and what we've tried to do in this committee is not play politics with foreign affairs, not to utilize some domestic differences that we may have. I've deliberately have tried to avoid even mentioning some of my disagreements with former President Trump and what he has done and or have been accused of, because I'm trying to bring us all together so that we could work together in this body. The issues before us are far too serious for us to play domestic politics. I think that What Mr. Perry would like is this body not to acknowledge such a significant moment because of his differences with the President of the United States. We should recognize Moldova for all of the progress it has made toward a stronger, more resilient democracy on a worldwide stage. It's important that this body recognizes Moldova's strides and not deny them, because as in this case, my good friend Mr. Perry doesn't support the President of the United States that delivered the message. So I strongly oppose this amendment and say that we must acknowledge the resilience of Moldova and its accomplishments, which is why we have the markup today and the bills that we have within the markup about making sure that we protect Moldova. So I would hope all on both sides of the aisle would oppose Mr. Perry's amendment. Yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the Perry Amendment number 561, and we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on this, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 564.
Clerk to distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved by Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is a violation of Rule 10. Import bans are the jurisdiction not of this committee, rather the Ways and Means Committee, and therefore we cannot consider this amendment. I yield back.
Yeah. One of the things I'm going to ask you to still hold, one of the things that I do believe is important in this committee, whether I agree or disagree, is to allow members at least to speak on their amendment. So I'm going to allow Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't reported the amendment yet.
I know. I was just replying to Mr. Phillips. The clerk should now report the amendment.
Perry Amendment number 564 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 833. Page 6.
Without further reading, without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
And I do thank the chairman, and as I've said before, the chairman has always been fair to me, and I respect him for that. I think every member of this committee does. And again, I agree with the sentiments of this underlying bill and congratulate the people of Moldova. I do not want, whether I have a disagreement with the current president or not is immaterial. I don't want any laudatory praise that we appropriately shower on these folks to be diminished by the obvious irony of what's occurring in our country. And while the chairman is right, he has refrained in the past, and I've watched him do so, to get into the politics of our country regarding the Foreign Affairs Committee. Unfortunately, many of the other committee's members have not. And I think it's just appropriate that we take every opportunity we can to call out the truth as it is, whether we like it or not, just so we know exactly what we're getting into, and we're doing the best we can to represent the views of the American people. Regarding Amendment 564, while the Congress has acted to cut off Russian oil from our market, which is a necessary step and one I agree with, it also needs to cut off an equally important financial resource for Vladimir Putin, which is the export of nickel and copper, oftentimes viewed and termed as a rare earth metal or rare earth mineral. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not rare. It is of the earth, but it's only rare in the context that we in America have policies in place that disallow American companies to go extract our own natural resources for our own uses, such that Russia supplies about 20% of the world's Class I nickel, which has surged in price to an all-time high. It is used in stainless steel as well as batteries used for electric vehicles. The high cost of nickel could add $1,000 to the cost of an electric car, and while some people don't have a problem with subsidizing that, I'm not sure we're subsidizing anybody else's vehicle. According to, and that's according to Morgan Stanley, by the way, the $1,000. That's not according to me. So much for the Biden administration's exhortation to Americans to invest in electric cars. Russia is also a key provider of copper, supplying 3.3% of global output. It is a key component in many so-called renewable energy sources, including in the production of solar panels, electric vehicles, and wind turbines. This is a key financial resource for Vladimir Putin and the Russian government, and if it be the intention of last month's bill to cut off Russian revenues from their energy sector, we need to extend that to all energy goods. Given the significant evidence of the grotesque and egregious war crimes, we do not need to risk subsidizing Vladimir Putin's Red Army, and I urge adoption of this amendment. Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back.
And Mr. Chairman, relative to my point of order, the amendment is a violation of Rule 10. Import bans are the jurisdiction of the Ways and Means Committee, not the Foreign Affairs Committee, and therefore we cannot consider this amendment. I yield back.
Chair is prepared to rule, and I agree with Mr. Phillips that this amendment is a violation of Rule 10. Trade and including import bans is the jurisdiction of the Ways and Means Committee. Now, I agree, and I think that trade should be a part of foreign affairs. I'm a big pro-trade guy, and I wish I could stick my hands into it, but I'm sure the members of the Ways and Means Committee and the chairman would not like that, just like I would not like and do not like people trying to stick in their hands into issues that are the jurisdiction of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. So the House rules are the House rules, and therefore I rule that the amendment is not in order. And Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk number 575.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk shall report the amendment.
Perry Amendment Number 575 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and I recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This part of the resolution asks the Secretary of State to increase and focus assistance on several items, including the diversification of energy supplies. I, like most of you, likely all of you, support Moldova's right to diversify its energy mix as it sees fit. Right now, only about 20% of its energy demand was met by domestic sources in 2018, according to the International Energy Agency. If Moldova wants to diversify using its own funds, it's absolutely fine by me. At a time when Americans are facing record-high inflation rates and gas prices, it does not serve the national interest to finance another country's sovereign decisions regarding energy. We can barely get that right in our country. Moldova can enter into trade agreements for their energy provisions, but we do not need to be subsidizing, taking hard-earned tax dollars from people that get up every morning early for work, get their kids to school, and come home with a little bit of time to spend with their family, taking their money and subsidizing another sovereign country's energy decisions. Further, many of the inputs for so-called renewable energy come from Russia or China or supply chains linked to those countries. We should be wary about indirectly supporting those two countries in this manner. And to make it clear, we absolutely will be under this policy. We will be supporting Russia and China. We should also not be subsidizing inefficient and unreliable sources of energy in foreign countries while Americans are increasingly unable to pay for their own unreliable sources of energy. If you live in California where they shut the electricity off, or if you're waiting to charge your electric battery in your car where there's already somebody sitting there, that's what inefficient and unreliable means. And it's happening in our country, yet we're going to spend our tax dollars to force and impose our will on the country of Moldova. It's a great country. We applaud them. We laud them. We're happy to let them make their own decisions, and we encourage them to do that, and this amendment allows them to do that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I oppose this amendment. I think that the gentleman may have a little misreading of what the bill actually does and says. The bill gives Moldova the opportunity to diversify its energy supplies so that it does not and is not reliant on buying energy or buying gas from Russia. It doesn't encourage them to buy gas from Russia. It says diversify, because right now predominantly what they've had to do in order to keep its people warm is to buy gas from Russia. So we're saying, look at other ways and other places to buy gas from. Diversify, which is, I think, what we want to do, especially given where we are in history right now. So I oppose Mr. Perry's amendment and hope my colleagues do as well. Anyone else has any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, hearing no further request to speak, the question is on Perry Amendment number 575. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on this, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. We now move for consideration. Oh, wait, excuse me, Mr. Perry.
I was going to say, I can't wait, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 576.
Number 576. Clerk to distribute the amendment. Clerk to report the amendment.
Perry Amendment number 576 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 833, page 6, lines 10 through 12.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The use of the phrase inclusive economic growth is a Marxist call to action that has been adopted as a casus belli by the administration and the far-left base. Its inclusion in this resolution undermines it significantly. It's a concept incompatible with American principles. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, has a definition for inclusive growth. Inclusive, and it follows, inclusive growth is economic growth that is distributed fairly across society and creates opportunities for all. Where have we heard that before? Ever heard of Karl Marx, Engels, any of those folks? OECD takes this definition and bemoans the injustice of capitalism and free markets, arguing that it is unjust. CEOs and the wealthiest members of society take home a lot of money, a lot more money than others. The system has its inequities and unfairnesses, but it's created the greatest opportunity and the greatest country on the planet, which is this one. The OECD also argues that it does not matter if a country is wealthy, for growth as we know it doesn't work for all and is putting everyone's well-being at risk. Again, what they'd rather do is spread the suffering and the misery of low expectations. This concept of inclusive economic growth does not value hard work. It doesn't value risk-taking, as those who own companies assume a much greater risk if their company fails than any other single stakeholder does. It doesn't value capitalism and free markets, and it's a weird insistence that GDP isn't a reliable measure of economic well-being threatens to make inclusive growth an unrealizable goal, necessitating continued and never-ending government interference. Inclusion of this language simply does not compute with American values. It does not lend to who we are. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, I support the underlying meaning and aspirations, the goals of this bill, but I cannot abide that. I will not be a party to supporting and promoting Marxism, socialism, and the likes of that kind of economic theory and oppression and misery around the globe, and it certainly shouldn't be coming from America and absolutely should not be coming from the legislature in America. With that, I yield, or correction, I urge adoption and yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I oppose this amendment, and again, somewhat confused with Mr. Perry's amendment here. What we're talking about is inclusive economic growth in Moldova. Inclusive. I don't see how that's Marxist. I think that Moldova, as in United States or anywhere else for that matter, should be focused on the maximum, to the maximum extent possible, benefits for all people. Not just a few, but everybody. To try to figure out how in their country, everyone gets a chance to benefit and economic growth happens, and not just for a select few. I often think, sometimes I come from urban America, and I want to have economic growth in urban areas. But my parents came from a district similar to yours, rural America. And I want to see economic prosperity there also. But sometimes we have to do things, you have to diversify and do things a little different in rural as opposed to urban, and trying to find that pathway for everybody. And so I believe the Moldovans are trying to do the same thing in their various areas, and they deserve the same kind of economic opportunity in rural America and in rural Moldova as they do those that's living within the cities. And so therefore, I urge my members to vote no on Mr. Perry's amendment. Recognize Mr. Phillips for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my estimation, Mr. Chairman, there's nothing more American than inclusive growth. It's the American dream, for goodness sakes. And by definition, we should be promoting that around the world. By definition, inclusive growth means that it is available to everybody. I can't imagine anything more American, more important as we consider such issues in front of this body. We do not want to see growth limited to just a ruling class or a certain economic class, rather anybody. I think it's extraordinarily American, and I also object to this amendment. I yield back.
Any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak on the amendment, the question is on the Perry Amendment number 576. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members are mute, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
On this, Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think I've finally got one more, or finally I have one more on this. Amendment at the desk is number 577.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Is there a vote on that? Clerk shall report the amendment.
Perry Amendment number 577 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since I do have, seems to be a little extra time getting through these quickly, and I applaud you for that, I want to just address, look, I agree with you regarding the inclusive growth. The fact that you and I are here in this committee, one of the most important legislative body on the planet. You arisen to the rank of chairman and earned that, and the districts that we originally come from, I think is a testimony to the greatness of America that didn't have to say inclusive growth, because America provides opportunities for everybody to reach their full potential. We don't have to be a socialist country to do that, and I don't think we should encourage other ones to act in that way. But on this amendment, Mr. Chairman, it's clear that the Russian government is engaging in information warfare operations. We know this, and Russia's efforts in that field must be frustrated. We have to do that. Specific countries, including Moldova, have experienced this firsthand. The issue is, and I've mentioned this before, millions of Americans wouldn't have an issue with designating what the Chinese and Russians are doing as disinformation if they hadn't repeatedly seen that term be politicized by powerful bureaucrats in our government and their assistants in the media. The definition of the word disinformation matters for government policy. And the unfortunate thing for U.S. policymaking is that the definition of this word is essentially malleable. By allowing rogue bureaucratic actors to effectively define what the word means in order to satisfy a partisan agenda, we have legitimized the idea that the government should decide which information is acceptable or not acceptable for public consumption. To me, that's plain wrong. Call it disinformation, well, it's not acceptable. As long as we don't call it disinformation, well, that is acceptable. The government deciding that? I don't think so. We've seen this during the whole saga with the Steele dossier and with the concerted effort to marginalize the breathtaking evidence of corruption contained with Hunter Biden's laptop. We cannot normalize the idea that government can make limitations on speech beyond the limits already established by law, which are very narrow limits to be sure, as they should be. The best way to counter Russia and China in the information space is to beat them at their own game and highlight the inconsistencies and at times absurdities undergirding their arguments. If you want an applicable example of this in real time, look no further than the efforts of Governor Ron DeSantis regarding the media's portrayal of Florida's parental rights and education bill. That's the title of it, parental rights. This approach, which is underscored by a healthy and necessary trust in people to do their due diligence, is what builds a stronger society and a stronger republic, and I might add a stronger world. It requires more of every citizen, and that's a good thing. Civic responsibility is a virtue to be promoted. We should open up the world to more conversation, not use the government to pour cold water in an argument because the government decides it's disinformation, and then we only find out months, if not years later, that there were not only kernels of truth to it, that it was completely true. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. And again, I oppose the gentleman's amendment. Quite frankly, and honestly, I'm somewhat confused by it. Disinformation. I think we all can acknowledge and all have said several times that what Putin is doing in Russia is giving false information, disinformation. We want the Russian people to get the facts, to get the correct information of Mr. Putin's aggression, of the atrocities that he's committing, of the people that he's killing, of the destructions of the cities in Ukraine. He's giving them disinformation, false information. We're saying that, and as I look at what this amendment, I should say, it puzzles me because I know that, and I just know that Mr. Perry wants the Russian people to have the right information. I know that. I know that's, not something to try to divert and, say that. So I just think we have a difference, I guess maybe on the definition or the semantics of the word disinformation. And so on that, and for that reason alone, I oppose the gentleman's amendment. Yield back the balance of my time. Any further debate on this amendment? Hearing no further debate and no further requests to speak, the question is on the Perry Amendment number 577. And we're going to take a vote by voice. And all members, please unmute your microphones. And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Any further amendments? At this time, the committee is going to take a recess until after votes. Votes should be happening. Votes called already? But votes should be happening shortly if they not have been already called. We will come back to finish up the markup immediately after votes. Committee's in recess. Committee's now in session. I don't see this damn thing in here. Pursuant to notice, for purposes of the markup, I now call up H.R. 3344. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3344, to prioritize the efforts of and enhance coordination among United States agencies to encourage countries in
Without
Central-
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Meeks Amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of an amendment. And at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I support this bill, H.R. 3344, the Transatlantic Telecommunications Security Act, because it is truly important and a timely piece of legislation. We have seen firsthand this past month that the security threats in Europe are real, and the disturbing ties between China and Russia are undeniable. Given these facts, it simply makes no sense for the United States to stand idly by while the sanctioned, blacklisted, and indicted Chinese company Huawei has control over the telecommunication systems of important partners and NATO allies all over Central Eastern Europe. The bill grants the DFC the authority to work in these countries on rip and replace projects that will get safe, efficient, and effective telecommunications gear into mobile networks of countries around Europe. By helping these projects off the sideline, got to get them off the sidelines, this legislation will bolster the U.S. economy as companies with a presence in America will become the long-term telecom vendors in Europe, but also enhance national security by ensuring that the malign actors do not have a backdoor into NATO telecom networks, and help close the digital divide in Europe by bringing 5G technologies to new places. Right now, the United States is on the sidelines of this new technological frontier, while China and Russia act aggressively to bolster market share and corner the telecoms equipment market. Once America gets in the game, we are very tough to stop. But for now, we just want to get on the field, and this bill puts us on the field. So I strongly support the Transatlantic Telecommunications Security Act and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests to speak, let's move on to amendments. Does any member have any amendments or seek recognition on amendments? Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk, number 572.
Clerk is to distribute the amendment. Clerk to report the bill.
Perry Amendment number 572 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3344, page 7, line 4, strike, quote.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is deemed read. And Mr. Perry, the representative from Pennsylvania, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Support the initiative outlined in this bill with this one amendment. I appreciate that this bill addresses the fact that the United States must ensure that its candidate wins the job to lead the International Telecommunications Union, or the ITU. The second announced candidate is a Russian national who would completely upend the ITU's governance structure if she were elected. As ably argued by Brett Schaefer and Danielle Pletka at the Heritage Foundation, the ITU affects Americans' daily lives by recommending standards and practices for communications and digital technologies from cellular phone to satellite orbits. We simply cannot afford for the United States to allow Russia and China to take charge of emerging technologies like 5G and set rules, standards, and practices through which use of these technologies is governed. If these two foes are able to do this, they will see increased market share and revenues and be able to dictate, the most important part, I think, is to be able to dictate the future of the technological revolution. There's a great deal at stake here, and to continue to allow China and Russia's participation in the ITU risks additional damage to the institution. The current Secretary General has already tied the ITU to a lot of the CCP's domestic and foreign policies, to include the Belt and Road Initiative, and has recruited Chinese nationals to staff the organization. With a Russian national in charge, they would assuredly establish stricter Internet governance policies affecting the United States. And I don't need to remind everybody on the committee of the newly formed alliance between China and Russia as Russia invades Ukraine, or has invaded Ukraine, and as China postures regarding an invasion into Taiwan. We need to continue to diplomatically isolate both countries while they continue to undermine the rules-based international order. They simply have no place in determining the future of 5G or artificial intelligence, and we should use our ability to stop them from doing so. And with that, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Again, I find myself in partial agreement with Mr. Perry. What we must do is assure ourselves that we win this election. And, you know, just as we are trying to make sure that the Russian and Chinese are not part of the G7 or the G20, I think that, you know, that's something that we need to work on. But in this case, I think the time, you know, just looking at the body, et cetera, to get the Russians and the Chinese out of the body doesn't seem, to me, continues the opportunity, well, we could lose the opportunity, because other candidates will pop up, et cetera, to make sure that Doreen Bogdan Martin, who I believe we worked very closely with, et cetera, that she could win the ITU Secretary General election. And so I don't want to really waste a lot of time in having all the debate and not knowing that, you know, we'll be successful in that manner. I think overall, I think that the amendment probably undermines the core purpose of the ITU authorization that's included within the TTSA legislation. And as I said, a lot of these bodies we now really have to look at, especially with regards to Russia, and if there's complicity with China, we've got to continue to look at that. That's something that we talk, you know, that I think that we are mindful of. But ultimately, let's get Doreen Bogdan Martin into the as the ITU Secretary General in the election. So at this time, and for those reasons, I oppose the gentleman's amendment. Any further comments on the amendment? Hearing there's no further debate on the amendment, We're going to take a vote by voice. And we'll vote on the amendment number 572 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. Please unmute your microphones. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No. No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I
without
request a
objection.
recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments? Hearing no other amendments, we will now move on. So we're going to 6930. We're moving on to 6930 as soon as I can find it. Where is that? All right. We now consider H.R. 6930 pursuant to notice for purposes of markup. I now call up H.R. 6930, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 6930, to authorize the confiscation of assets subject to the United States jurisdiction of certain foreign persons and
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And at this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. So, I want to thank Mr. Malinowski for H.R. 6930. I think that it is a very important piece of legislation of which sends a message, and also it gives, when we look at the destruction that has taken place in Ukraine, trying to work to get mechanisms put together now so that we can rebuild and have Ukrainian property and buildings and lives restarted there. It's something that I do believe that we need to look at. So I support Mr. Malinowski's bill, but I'm going to now return my time and recognize Mr. Malinowski to speak on behalf of his bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much for working with me on this issue, and also to your staff for their work this morning, to Kais Roshan and Aaron Jordan for the very quick work this morning to get this to a place where we could consider it. Let me speak about why I think this is important. This week, we read about the seizure of a yacht belonging to a Russian oligarch named Viktor Vekselberg. It was a $90 million yacht seized with the help of the FBI at the request of the United States government. $90 million is pretty cheap for a Russian oligarch's yacht, actually. Some of these boats run up to $600 million. On top of that, you've got luxury villas and apartments all over the world, bank accounts, and the big kahuna of them all, almost $300 billion in assets of the Russian central bank that was seized by the United States and our allies after the start of the war. These seizures, most of which were pursuant to sanctions imposed immediately after Russia invaded, I think originally we intended to be temporary. We thought, okay, this horrible thing had happened, and as with most sanctions, if we could reverse the horrible thing, the sanctions would be lifted. But now, think of the damage that has been done. Think about the destruction of Ukrainian cities and towns. Think about the thousands and thousands of innocents who have been killed. Think about the atrocities that we have seen in towns like Bucha and Irpin, bodies left on the side of the streets, people with their hands bound behind them. killed while biking down the street with their dogs. We've all seen those images, and they raise, I think, a pretty important question. Can we imagine, let's say there's a ceasefire that's acceptable to the government of Ukraine. That would be a good thing. But can we imagine returning all of this wealth to Putin as Ukraine lies a smoldering ruin, as if none of that ever happened? I think the answer is no. I think for most people in the administration, most folks in the administration, most of us Republicans and Democrats, the answer will be no. But under current law, the United States government is only able to freeze or block these assets. It cannot seize them. It cannot use them for the benefit of the people of Ukraine. Now, to do so would be a complicated thing. And there have been objections raised on due process grounds, including by organizations like the ACLU that I respect and that we have to take very, very seriously. And yet at the same time, I don't think any of us would want a situation in which we freeze these assets, understanding we're not going to give them back, and they just sit there for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. A little aside, the yachts depreciate in value very, very quickly. They become environmental hazards. Do we really just want to go through 20, 30 years of this with assets worth tens, hundreds of billions of dollars, money that will be desperately needed by Ukrainians to rebuild their country without putting those assets to good use? And remember, although the assets may nominally belong to individuals, all of us who understand how Russia works know that these are state assets. These oligarchs are managers. They are not owners. They are allowed to manage these assets on behalf of Putin in exchange for their loyalty to the regime. They earned this money by stealing it in a country where there is no due process, and then they take advantage of our due process to protect it. And we have to consider we have been complicit in that for many, many years, enabling these people to take the wealth that they have stolen from the Russian people, taking advantage of our courts, our privacy, our due process to protect it. So I thank you for working with me to get this bill to a point where we could pass it. What we are doing now is giving the administration essentially 60 days through an interagency task force to figure out how this objective, which we share, can be achieved. If they need new authorities, we'll want them to come back to us and ask for those authorities. But in the meantime, let's signal that the Congress of the United States, on a bipartisan basis, believes that something like this should be done. Hopefully we get it out of here unanimously, get it to the floor. A version of this has been introduced in the Senate by Senators Lindsey Graham and Sheldon Whitehouse, so I think we have a good chance, following our lead here today, of the Senate moving as well. And let's send a message that these yachts, these villas, these properties that were stolen should do something to benefit the country that the thieves are currently destroying. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Peter Meyer from the great state of Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Meyer number 17 to H.R. 6930.
I thought you was going to talk about, oh, let me just first. Let me give the amendment at the desk. What's the amendment number?
It's number 17.
Oh, yeah, right. So before we move to amendments, I just want to make sure first, does any members have any comments as far as general debate on Congressman Malinowski's bill 6930? Mr. Mayor, you're going to comments on general debate?
Yes.
You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill, which I helped introduce with my colleagues on the committee, Representative Malinowski and Representative Wilson. You know, as my colleagues said, for too long, the United States and other Western countries have intentionally or not provided harbor for Russian kleptocrats and the oligarchs who enable and foster Putin's evil and corrupt regime. I think this horrific war in Ukraine that we're seeing, this unprovoked act of aggression, is providing a moment of reckoning for us. we see the horrors that are playing out, and we know that we can no longer tolerate our country playing host to the assets that have been obtained through illicit means. Instead, we should be seizing and liquidating those assets belonging to Russian oligarchs and officials who've previously been sanctioned by the United States, or those who have otherwise benefited from this corruption and political support for Putin, and repurpose these assets for the support of the Ukrainian people, the ones who need it most, and the ones who are paying for the corruption that we have witnessed and has occurred. Our bill would allow for any funds that are derived from the liquidation or sales from these assets to go towards post-conflict reconstruction, humanitarian assistance, defense provisions, refugee assistance, and technology items for the people of Ukraine. So basically working to amend and correct, to right the wrongs that have been conducted. So I urge support for this critical bill to punish Russian oligarchs and enablers of Putin, and support the people of Ukraine as they face the unspeakable war crimes that are being revealed, the unprecedented refugee crisis that's ongoing, the other horrors that we are witnessing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further members wishing to speak? Hearing none. Yes.
I have an amendment.
Hearing none, we'll now move on to amendments.
Oh, sorry.
For what purposes does the representative from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, an amendment in the nature of the substitute number 85.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Has all members received the copy of the amendment? Clerk, please report the amendment.
Malinowski Amendment number 85 in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6930.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Acknowledge Mr. Malinowski for 5 minutes for purpose of speaking on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't need all 5 minutes. Basically, the underlying bill, the original bill that we introduced, Mr. Wilson and myself, gave the administration the full authority to seize and dispose of these sanctioned assets. We were not able, given the jurisdiction of this committee, to fully address the due process concerns that were inherent in that authority. As I suggested in my earlier remarks, what we are doing instead, in furtherance of the same principle, is urging the administration to embrace this principle, to, in effect, figure out how it can be put into effect. The amendment requires them to create an interagency task force for that purpose, and either to implement the principle or to come back to Congress if they decide that they need additional authority, in effect, to work with us to achieve the same purposes that we discussed a few minutes ago. Again, thank you so much to you and your staff for working with us to come up with this alternative this morning, and I urge all members to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I support the Malinowski A&S. It addresses legal concerns and asks the President to find a method to use the illegally obtained assets of Russian oligarchs to be used for the benefit of the Ukrainian people. It must report to Congress on these possibilities. In my opinion, this is a very reasonable proposal and potentially incredibly important for the Ukrainian people. I strongly commend Congressman Malinowski for his passion for the Ukrainian people, as well as for his passion for human rights and wanting to do simply the right thing. So, Mr. Malinowski, we thank you for that. I support this measure. I support this A&S, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time. Any further debate on the amendment? Are there other amendments? Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment, I believe it's listed as number 119 on the chart, but as I know.
Say that again, because I didn't get that accent.
It's number one in your heart. Mr. Chairman, I'm from Knoxville, East Tennessee. It's the only place in the country where people do not speak with an accent, so you're welcome.
The clerk is to dispense the amendment. Number 119.
Very weak attempt at an accent, but I'll allow it.
It's made in order.
Yeah, is that a form of a proper order?
Everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk, please report the amendment.
Burchett Amendment Number 119 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6930.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your candor and your great grasp of excellent clothing. And you're not listening. I also thank Mr. Malinowski. He's a good man. He's an excellent wide receiver. And even though this bill has been changed by a sense of Congress, I believe it's important that we hit the people who've made the fortune by ingratiating themselves with the brutal Putin regime, how they've basically just fattened their wallets. My mama used
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
I will say I'm only an excellent wide receiver when the gentleman sitting next to you is the quarterback.
Yes, sir. Well,
I yield back.
If there'll be any kissing up, it'll be done by me, okay, Mr. I really lost my spot. Listen, I introduced a bill very similar to this to seize Russian and Belarusian assets under the civil asset forfeiture that is stuck over in judiciary, and I'm sure with all those lawyers over there, they'll make it come out and be a much more excellent bill that probably has very little to do with anything that we're discussing. But I believe I'll be supporting your bill here today, Mr. Malinowski. And however, I think $5 million seems is a very high floor for me and some of my constituents back home. And I don't think that some corrupt Russian who has an asset value of $4.9 million should get off scot-free. And thus my amendment lowers the floor of when we can go after these guys and seize $2 million. This $2 million threshold is in line with what the Senate Asset Seizure Bill, Senate Bill 3838. So I think this makes a whole lot of sense. And Mr. Chairman, I'd urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back. Unless, of course, you insult my wardrobe, and then I'll be taking the floor once again.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I recognize myself for 30 seconds, simply to say, I agree with the gentleman's amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I need to rethink this whole deal then. I'm not really sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further debate. Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the Malinowski, what's the bill number? H.R. 69. No, Burchett Amendment, which is 119, that's right. We're going to take a vote by voice. That's the Burchett 119 is what we're voting on. All members, please unmute your microphones, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Anybody else have an amendment? Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the table. I believe it is number 112.
The Pfluger Amendment 112, the clerk shall disperse the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Pfluger Amendment number 112 to H.R. 6930. Add at the end the following.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by saying I support the underlying theme of this bill. And I think it's important to also consider that as we've had these discussions and through our discussions with members of the Ukrainian parliament, not just in the recent weeks, but also in the preceding year, we've heard a lot about one of the most critical asset seizures that has led to, I believe, this conflict in large part. And so I'm glad that we are looking at the yachts, and I'm glad that we are looking at assets by Russian oligarchs, and I think it's important for us to continue to do that. But, you know, at the foundational level, when we're talking about asset seizure, and especially knowing now that we're considering not $5 million, but $2 million in total value, I think it's very, very important that we consider the number one asset that is being robbed from the Ukrainian people, that the Russian people are also, the point was made earlier that the stealing of Russian property by the Russian government, I mean, that's exactly the nationalization of the Russian energy apparatus has done that, and it has funded the war machine that we now are seeing the war crimes being committed inside Ukraine. So I don't see any sort of piece of legislation when it comes to asset seizure that is complete without considering the codification of sanctions of Nord Stream 2. It's something that the Ukrainian government has asked us to do, up to and including the head of state. It's something that the whole of Europe and EU is looking at. We've made some progress on this, and I think now is time to fully codify and to have a sense of Congress, and I couldn't think of a better place for this, and understand that there may be a point of order coming on this. So if that's the case, then let's decide how we're going to codify these sanctions. And this is the committee, and really this is the first hearing that has taken place since the outbreak of the conflict where we've had a chance to discuss this. So I would urge my colleagues here to consider what the Ukrainian members of parliament, what President Zelensky and what others are asking us in the United States Congress to do, and that is to fully sanction Nord Stream 2, to make sure that the seizure of assets as we are looking at it does not continue to allow for the funding of Putin's war machines that are currently, as we speak, committing war crimes inside Ukraine. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe this amendment to be a Rule 10 violation because it includes sanctions that are fully under the realm of the Judiciary Committee and therefore out of order.
The chair is prepared to rule. This amendment is, in fact, a Rule 10 violation and is not germane because this bill is not about energy policy. And so rule. It's judicial. He's trying to get it before his committee.
I'll leave that in the chairman's hands.
Are there any other amendments? Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do have two amendments at the desk. I'm going to start with number 59.
Clerk to disperse the amendment, number 59. Everyone receive a copy of the amendment? Clerk, please report the amendment.
Bar Amendment number 59, to the
Chairman.
amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Yes.
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Mr. Phillips reserves a point of order.
To H.R. 6930. Add at the end of the following, Section 3, limitation on.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do anticipate the point of order on germaneness, and so given the changes that were made and conversion of this underlying legislation into a resolution, I do plan on withdrawing this amendment, but I would like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you, I am also a member of the Financial Services Committee, the committee with jurisdiction over the Department of Treasury's international portfolio, including the Office of Foreign Asset Control, the committee with jurisdiction over the implementation and enforcement of sanctions. During our recent Financial Services Committee markup, my bill, the No Energy Revenues for Russian Hostilities Act of 2022, was not included despite our requests. Now, in this committee, Ranking Member McCall requested inclusion of this bill in this markup, and it was again left out. We have seen the violence wrought by Russia in recent weeks, and there is no reason why this committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, cannot take up this bill, which is the committee that this bill has been referred to, along with the Financial Services Committee. There's no reason that this committee cannot take up this bill to cut off Russia's ability to benefit from energy transactions. Mr. Chairman, I want to compliment you because the spirit of this committee, Mr. Chairman, has been very bipartisan. I want to compliment you also for your strong advocacy for the people of Ukraine and for traveling there and showing bipartisan solidarity and commitment to the people of Ukraine and countering Russian aggression. And I also compliment the chairman and many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for talking about the importance of countering this Russian aggression with the ferocity that it deserves and countering the war crimes and the brutality that we've seen in Bucha and all these other, Mariupol and all these other places where innocent Ukrainians have been butchered by the communist aggressors from Moscow. And so to that end, I am somewhat baffled that the majority in both this committee and the Financial Services Committee and perhaps the Judiciary Committee are not willing to take up this issue, because this is the loophole in the sanctions that is literally financing the war machine right now. My amendment would close the loophole in recently announced U.S. sanctions against Russia in order to limit transactions with Russian oil and gas producers. Revenue from oil and gas sales are what is financing Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is what has given Moscow access to foreign hard currency. Now, it's true that the U.S. imposed sanctions against Russian banks, including the Russian Central Bank, but it still permitted transactions involving Russian energy through the Office of Foreign Asset Control General License 8A under Executive Order 14024. This carve-out provides Russian energy transactions and recent sanctions, enabling the United States and our allies to continue, unwittingly perhaps, financing Putin's war against Ukraine. Russian sales of oil and gas are what is funding Putin's brutal war in Ukraine and will continue to do so unless we take action to close this loophole in our sanctions against Russia. While the recently announced embargo of purchases of Russian oil and gas are helpful, this bill would do more harm to the Russian economy and impose greater costs on Russia's prize energy sector if the brutal war in Ukraine continues. Our embargo is simply a bilateral trade prohibition. But the revocation of the general license, which is the subject of my amendment, my bill, as proposed in my amendment, would comprehensively block financial transactions that facilitate the sale of Russian oil and gas if they involve a U.S. financial institution. Under my amendment, President Biden could, for the benefit of our allies in Europe who are over-dependent on Russian energy, reinstate the exemption for Russian energy purchases, but only if the funds for those energy transactions are used for humanitarian purposes, such as medicine or agricultural products. This structure is similar to the sanctions that the United States currently has on Iran, very similar to what the gentleman from New Jersey already does in the underlying bill. A March 20th Wall Street Journal op-ed echoed the need to sanction Russian energy sales. The editorial board wrote, quote, the U.S. and Europe can also increase the sanctions pressure on the Kremlin. Sanctions on Russian energy sales still aren't in place, though they would hurt Mr. Putin's war financing the most. Sanctions relief for Russia shouldn't even be on the table until Mr. Putin withdraws his tanks and concedes Ukraine's right to be an independent state, unquote. Look, the media and folks in the administration like to pat themselves on the back and talk about crippling sanctions. These will never be crippling sanctions until we extend the sanctions to energy-related transactions. And this is a carrot and stick approach. To my friends on the other side of the aisle who don't want to talk about this issue, the carrot would be the escrow mechanism that this would set up, and the proceeds of the sales of Russian energy that would be enabled to flow with a waiver from the administration. And I've talked to Adeyemo about this, Deputy Secretary. He's interested in this. It would build up, and then the carrot would be when Putin withdraws from Ukraine, then those funds can then be released to the Russians, but only be used for humanitarian purposes. That is a carrot. That is a diplomatic leverage. And so I withdraw the amendment, but I encourage my friends on the other side to work with me and the administration to toughen these sanctions up and impose real crippling sanctions on Russia. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman has withdrawn the amendment. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Barr?
Yes, I have amendment number 61 at the desk.
Clerk to distribute the amendment. Has everybody received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Bar Amendment Number 61 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I now recognize Mr. Barr for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, thanks for the markup, important measures that we're considering here today, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for the underlying legislation and the resolution, which I will support. I want to offer this amendment to strengthen what Mr. Malinowski is offering here in terms of asset seizures and a sense of Congress that the administration proceed with asset seizures of these oligarchs that are supporting Putin. I do wish that we were taking up the full text of my bill, the No Energy Revenues for Russian Hostilities Act, because as I said before, the real financing mechanism for the Kremlin in prosecuting this brutal act of aggression is their access to energy revenues, the proceeds of sales of Russian gas and oil. This amendment would make the addition of that that Russian energy companies specifically should be included in any report or effort by this administration to use licenses or sanctions to block property or assets of those benefiting from Putin's war. Additionally, this would ensure that the working group created in the bill looks at energy sanctions on Russia in the report to this committee on how to further sanction Russia. So this is perhaps the next best thing where we can encourage a review of extending these sanctions to energy-related transactions as a way to further tighten the noose around Putin's neck. And I appreciate the chairman working with me on this amendment. I appreciate the tough rhetoric from both sides about how we need to get tough on Russia, but we're never going to get tough if we don't get at the bulk of their financing. And the bulk of their financing is from the sales of energy. We were all witness to a powerful and heroic appeal from President Zelensky to the Congress asking for more help. Yes, he asked for a no-fly zone, he asked for additional military assistance, but he also asked for tougher sanctions. If we want to honor that request, if we say we are an ally to President Zelensky, if we want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zelensky and the freedom-fighting people, the brave freedom-fighting people of Ukraine, then we need to get tougher on sanctions. This is the way to do it. Sanction the energy revenues that are financing this war. I appreciate the chairman working with me on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I yield myself some time. I support this amendment, and I want to thank Mr. Barr for him and his team working very closely with me and my team on this amendment so that we can make sure that we did not have any Rule 10 violations. We do need to look at additional energy, so a report on this I feel is appropriate. But again, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I really appreciate how we worked collectively together to get to an end there, and therefore I support and ask all members to support Mr. Barr's amendment. Yield back the balance of my time. Any further comments, debate on this amendment? Hearing none. Hearing no further requests to speak, are there any further amendments? Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I have two, but I'll start with Meyer 17 to H.R. 6930.
Clerk to dispense the amendment. Let me, before I move and have it, let's go back to Mr. Barr's amendment, and let's have a vote on that right now. So let's take a vote by voice on Barr Amendment 61. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. All right. Now we're back to the clerk. I ask the clerk to report the amendment.
Meyer Amendment number 17 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
H.R.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and I now recognize Mr. Meyer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would ensure proper congressional oversight over the sanctions on Russian officials, oligarchs, entities, and industries that have enabled the Russian war machine and its illegal war in Ukraine by codifying 5 executive orders that have been issued by the Biden administration. Last year, the Biden administration issued Executive Order 14024, imposing sanctions on individuals involved in malicious cyber-related activities, election interference, undermining a democratic process, and just broadly harmful foreign activities on behalf of the Russian government. This executive order has been invoked for some of the toughest sanctions on Russia since the invasion of Ukraine, including sanctions on Vladimir Putin, the Russian Central Bank, and Gazprom. While these are undoubtedly important and necessary moves to punish Russia for its illegal and unprovoked actions in Ukraine, it's clear that the Biden administration deliberately issued a duplicative executive order intended to circumvent the 2017 Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, or CATSA, and its required congressional review period for lifting sanctions. Mr. Chairman, Congress's lack of oversight over the Biden administration's decision to waive congressionally mandated sanctions on Nord Stream 2, as has been discussed earlier, demonstrates why it's critical that Congress closely oversee and review decisions by the President to both impose but also to lift sanctions. My amendment, simply put, would do so. It would codify Executive Order 1424 in addition to 4 other executive orders that have been used by this administration to punish Russia, including by sanctioning some of Putin's closest associates, oligarchs, the oil sector, and more. Now, I know there will be some Rule 10 violations that will be discussed here, but I really appreciate the bipartisan comity and working for some accommodations we'll discuss a little bit later. But I do hope that we can pursue some of these codifications, that we can work out some of those jurisdictional issues to make sure that Congress's role in the sanctions process is asserted, and so that we can ultimately codify into law these sanctions so there is that appropriate review period before being lifted. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back and withdraws the amendment. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Meyer is now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Meyer number 18 to H.R. 6930.
Clerk, distribute the amendment. Everyone received a copy of the amendment? Clerk, please report the amendment.
Meyer Amendment Number 18 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Meyer is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the aforementioned spirit of comedy and bipartisanship, I really appreciate the majority staff working with us on this amendment to expand the list of Russian parliamentarians that are eligible for sanctions for their dangerous and frankly just unwarranted vote to recognize the so-called Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic, self-proclaimed breakaway region in the Donbass region of southeastern Ukraine. On February 15th, Russia's State Duma, which is their lower house of parliament, they voted 351 to 16 to adopt a resolution calling for the diplomatic recognition of these regions, which was very much seen as a precursor to the illegal assault by Russia on Ukraine. 1 week later, the Duma voted 398 to 0, and the Federation Council, which is Russia's upper house of parliament, they voted 154 to 0 to recognize the independence of this region and grant Putin consent to use military force in the Donbass. For reasons that remain unclear, the Biden administration decided to impose sanctions only on 328 Duma members who took the initial vote on February 15, as well as the Duma itself, but failed to punish the remaining 70 Duma members and 154 Federation Council members who frankly ratified this decision on February 22 to recognize those breakaway regions, but also to authorize military force in the Donbass. It also failed to sanction the Federation Council as an entity, as it similarly did the Duma. So my amendment simply aims to ensure that no Russian politician who had a hand in this illegal activity escapes accountability and requires the administration to review all Russian parliamentarians who voted for this criminal war to determine if they are indeed eligible for sanctions. Mr. Chairman, all of the Russian parliamentarians who took this vote, they have blood on their hands for what happened in Ukraine, and I don't think they should escape our scrutiny or our sanctions. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes, which I will not take all of because I strongly support the gentleman's amendment. And I thank, again, the gentleman in the spirit of which we work together, his staff and the members of his team working with mine. I wholeheartedly agree that any individual in the Russian Duma or Russian Federation Council who voted to recognize the separatist authorities in Ukraine's Donbass region or who authorized the use of violence against the Ukrainian people should be subject to U.S. sanctions. And so, again, Mr. Meyer, I thank you for offering this very thoughtful amendment, very timely and an important amendment, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I yield back the balance of my time. Any further discussions on the amendment? Hearing no further discussions on the amendment, are there any additional amendments? Here. What's this number? What's the bill number? Okay. Hearing no further debate and no further request to speak on the question. Before I move on, let's go to a vote on the Meyer Amendment number 18. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members unmute your microphones, and all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. We'll now go to Malinowski 85. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members who vote in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is now laid on the table. We now report, the question now is to report H.R. 6930 with the recommendation that the resolution do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones again. And all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table, and without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. All right, I think that at this time, we're done with all debate. So we will take a 10-minute recess so all members can come forward either virtually or on the floor so that we can then proceed with votes. House stands in recess for 10 minutes.
here, and we can raise this for you if you'd like it.
No, I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
The CAO one. Mr. Chairman, please count down from 5 before reconvening.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The committee shall resume. The question now is on the Smith Amendment, designated number 73. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman.
No on the Smith Amendment.
Representative Sherman votes no. Representative Sears. I don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly. I don't see Representative Connolly. I don't see Representative Deutsch. Representative Bass. Representative Bass. We will come back to Representative Bass. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline. Representative Cicilline is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Barra.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Representative Barra.
No.
Representative Barra votes no. I don't see Representative Castro. I don't see Representative Titus.
Did somebody just call Bass?
Yes, Representative Bass, how do you vote?
Did somebody just call Bass?
We'll come back to you, ma'am. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
Phillips votes no.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
I'm sorry, Representative Houlihan, could you repeat yourself?
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
Did you?
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
Manning votes no.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
Did you call Bass?
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no.
Well, then you guys need to
I
come
don't
tell
see
me.
Representative Gonzalez.
Yes.
Gonzalez
votes no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. I don't see Representative Schneider. I don't see Ranking Member McCall. Ranking Member McCall?
Votes aye. McCall votes aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. Representative Smith?
Snyder votes no.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Chabot?
Aye.
Representative Chabot votes aye. Representative Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa?
He was just here.
Representative Issa votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. I don't see Representative Zeldin. Representative Wagner?
Aye.
Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. I don't see Representative Fitzpatrick. I don't see Representative Buck. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Fitzpatrick, how do you vote, sir?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
May I ask that other members please remain muted while I'm calling the roll until I call on you? Representative Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett? Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green?
Aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser?
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Pfluger votes aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Malinowski.
Aye.
Representative Malinowski votes aye. Representative Meyer. Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim.
Kim votes aye.
Representative Young Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar.
Salazar votes yes.
Representative Salazar votes yes. Mr. Chairman?
No. Chairman votes no.
Chairman Meeks votes no.
Mr. Chairman?
How was Bass recorded?
Representative Bass, I do not have a vote for you, ma'am.
Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no.
Mr. Connolly?
Mr. Chairman, how recorded?
Mr. Connolly, I don't have a vote for you, sir.
I vote nay.
Representative Connolly votes no.
How is Schneider recorded?
Representative Schneider, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
I vote no.
Representative Schneider votes no.
Castro votes no.
Representative Castro votes no.
Deutsch reported?
Representative Deutsch, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? Clerk, please tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 25 noes and 20 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on the Connolly Amendment and the nature of a substitute designated number 95. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is now to report H.R. 923 as amended, with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended. We're again going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will now resume consideration of the amendments to H.Res. 833, the measure on which roll call vote was requested and postponed. The question is on the Perry Amendment designated 561. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman.
No.
Representative Sherman votes no. I don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly.
No.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch, I don't see anymore. Representative Bass.
Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline. Representative Cicilline. We will come back to Representative Cicilline. Representative Barra.
It appears to most of us on the committee that Ms. Ross may have done better in law school than you did.
Members, please stay on mute until you hear your name.
Representative Barra.
No.
Representative Barra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. I don't see Representative Titus. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
Phillips votes no.
Representative Phillips votes no. I don't see Representative Omar. Representative Allred.
No.
No.
Oh, I see Representative Omar now. How do you vote, ma'am?
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred also votes no?
No.
Thank you. Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger. Representative Spanberger? You are on mute, ma'am.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan?
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski?
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim?
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs?
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning?
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa?
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas?
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez? Representative Gonzalez?
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider?
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall?
McCall votes aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. Representative Smith?
Aye.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Chabot?
Aye.
Representative Chabot votes aye. Representative Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Representative Issa votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin?
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner? Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett? Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green?
Green votes aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr?
Barr votes aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser?
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Pfluger votes aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Malliotakis?
Aye.
Representative Malliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer? Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim?
Kim votes aye.
Representative Young Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar?
Salazar votes aye.
Representative Salazar votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Meeks votes no.
Chairman votes no. Representative Cicilline, I see you making a thumbs down. I will write down a no vote for you.
Have all members been recorded? Have all members been recorded? The clerk will please report the roll. Tally, I should say.
Being here today, for staying a little bit longer than expected. I want to thank you also, Arthur,
House Rights reported.
for joining us today and being the guest moderator with me. We're very proud of our partnership with the combat anti-Semitism movement. And thank you to everyone in attendance, as these wouldn't be made.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 noes and 21 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is now on Perry Amendment designated number 575. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman?
No.
Representative Sherman votes no. I don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch? Representative Deutsch? We can come back to you, sir. Representative Bass?
No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating? Representative Keating?
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Berra?
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro?
No.
Representative Castro votes no. I don't see Representative Titus. Representative Liu?
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild? Representative Wild?
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips?
Phillips votes no.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar?
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred?
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
McCall votes aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. Representative Smith.
Aye.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Chabot.
Aye.
Representative Chabot votes aye. Representative Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa.
Aye.
Representative Issa.
Yes, aye.
Representative Issa votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
No.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes no. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett. Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green.
Green votes aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliutakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliutakis votes aye. Representative Meyer. Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim.
Kim votes no.
Representative Young Kim votes no. Representative Salazar.
Salazar votes yes.
Representative Salazar votes aye. Chairman Meeks? Chairman Meeks votes no.
How am I recorded?
Representative Deutsch, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 noes and 18 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on Perry Amendment designated number 576. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman.
Hey. No.
Representative
Good.
Sherman
You
votes
got a
no.
second?
I don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline. We'll come back to Representative Cicilline. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Cicilline is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. I don't see Representative Titus. Representative Liu. We can come back to Representative Liu. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
Votes no.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall. We can come back to Ranking Member McCall. Representative Smith.
Okay. But it's a real.
Representative Smith. We can come back to Representative Smith. Representative Chabot.
Aye.
Representative Chabot votes aye. Representative Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa. We can come back to Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye.
No, we're
Representative
not having
Wagner.
that conversation. Instead, we can't even get agreement, like my friend from Kentucky said, on a pretty.
What Wagner votes aye.
Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes no.
Representative Mast votes no. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett. Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green.
Just confirming, we're on 577.
We are on Perry number 576.
576, Green votes aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
User votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer. Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim.
Kim votes no.
Representative Young Kim votes no. Representative Salazar.
Salazar votes yes.
Representative Salazar votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Chairman votes no.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded? Chris Smith?
Representative Smith, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
I vote aye.
Representative Smith votes aye.
Mast would like to change to aye.
Representative Mast, how do you vote, sir?
Aye, please.
Representative Mast votes aye.
This is Ted Lieu. How am I recorded?
Representative Lieu, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
I vote no.
Representative Lieu votes no.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Issa would like to vote yea.
Representative Issa votes aye.
I repeat again, have all members now been recorded? Any members wishing to change their vote? The clerk shall report the tally.
Try to find what isn't there. They look identical.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 18 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is now on the Perry Amendment designated number 577. A recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman.
No.
Representative Sherman votes no. I don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass. Representative Bass is doing a thumbs down. She votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline. Representative Cicilline is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Berra.
Votes no.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. I don't see Representative Titus. Representative Liu. We can come back to Representative Liu. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
Votes no.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
Nope.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. I don't see Ranking Member McCall. Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Smith votes no. Representative Chabot.
Mr. Liu?
No.
Representative Chabot votes no. Representative Wilson.
No.
Representative Wilson votes no. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa.
No.
Representative Issa votes no. Representative Kinzier, I don't see. Representative Zeldin.
No.
Representative Zeldin votes no. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes no. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes no.
Representative Mast votes no. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes no. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett. Representative Burchett votes no. Representative Green.
Green votes no.
Representative Green votes no. Representative Barr.
Yeah. No.
Representative Barr votes no. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Oh, yes.
No.
Representative Muser votes no. Representative Tenney.
Yes.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
No.
Representative Pfluger votes no. Representative Maliatakis.
No.
Representative Maliatakis votes no. Representative Meyer. Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim.
Kim votes no.
Representative Young Kim votes no. Representative Salazar.
Votes no.
Representative Salazar votes no. Mr. Chairman? No. Chairman votes no.
This is Ted Liu. How am I recorded?
Representative Liu, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
I vote no.
Representative Liu votes no.
Have all members been recorded?
Representative Burchett votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? Any other members wishing to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 41 noes and 4 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And the question is now on the Pfluger Amendment and the nature of a substitute designated number 103. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, unmute your microphones, and all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is to report H.Res. 833 as amended, with the recommendation that the measure do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, again, please
Are
keep
there
your
any other
microphones
members?
unmuted. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will now resume consideration of the amendments to H.R. 3344, the measure on which a roll call vote was requested and postponed. The question is on the Perry Amendment designated number 572. A recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman.
No on the Perry Amendment.
Representative Sherman votes no. I don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. I don't see Representative Deutsch. Representative Bass. Representative Bass is doing a thumbs down. She votes no. Representative Keating. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline. Representative Cicilline is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. I don't see Representative Titus. I don't see Representative Liu. Representative Wild. I don't see Representative Wild anymore. Representative Phillips.
Phillips, no.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. I don't see the ranking member. Representative Smith? Representative Smith? You are muted, sir.
Aye.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Chabot?
Aye.
Representative Chabot votes aye. Representative Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin?
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner?
Aye.
Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett? Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green?
Green votes aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr? We can come back to Representative Barr. Representative Stubbe?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser?
User votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis?
Aye.
Representative Maliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer? Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim?
Kim votes aye.
Representative Young Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar?
Salazar votes aye.
Representative Salazar votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Deutsch, how am I recorded?
Representative Deutsch, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no.
This is Ted Lieu. How am I recorded?
Representative Liu, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
How did the chairman vote?
No.
I vote no.
Representative Liu votes no.
Representative Wild here, I vote no.
Representative Wild votes no.
Barr votes aye.
Representative Barr?
Have all members voted? Any members wishing to change their vote? The clerk is to report the tally.
The current tally is 25 noes, 19 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is now on the Meeks Amendment in the nature of a substitute. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. And all those in favor, say aye.
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 I really mean it, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is to report H.R. 3344 as amended, with the recommendation that the measure do pass as amended. Again, we're taking a vote by voice, and all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. So, this concludes our business today. And let me first thank Ranking Member, oh, that's right, let me go. Without objection, on each measure that was ordered, reported today, any single amendment or amendments agreed to shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. And now this concludes our business of today, and I want to thank especially the Ranking Member McCall, for all of his working together, and in fact, the entire committee. For working collectively together with someone else that's laughing, but I'm not going to say who that is. But we still work together. We work together. That's right. But I do. I want to thank the spirit of individuals on this committee and everyone having a voice and for their contributions and for their assistance. To me personally, as well as staffs working together. And that concludes this markup today, and this committee is now adjourned.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.